Hello everyone, Santier here, and let's continue my Guild Wars Eye of the North lore playthrough, I guess is what I'm calling it, because that's what we're doing. We're looking at the lore, doing quests and all that good stuff. This microphone feels slightly off somehow. Maybe my seat is slightly off. Maybe it is. Okay, so when last we left our hero, I had been absolutely wrecking it in the arena, and I also decided I needed to deposit some stuff. So I deposited some stuff. So we have deposited a few things, actually a lot of things, but not our gold. Okay, so what? I should just do some Polymock now. Umbral Grotto, sure. Let's go to Umbral Grotto. Let's see. I think I might actually be in a position to wrap up Polymock now. That sounds like a good idea. Grolhammer Silverfist. I have a character I want to get Destroyer Gloves for, but that's a ways away.
Hail, human.
Who wants to lose at a game of Polymock? Step right up and get your backside handed to you. Hold back your tears long enough to marvel at my one-of-a-kind pieces, guaranteed to brighten your day. I wish to play you in a game of Polymock. You'll be removed from your party and taken to a Polymock arena to battle Grolhammer Silverfist. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Yes, I do. Polymock Glacier. And here we have this arena. This is the sort of Norn style arena. I think we saw this one already. There's like the Polymock arena that's only used for the Char Homelands with that one fight. That's so beautiful. There's a couple that take place in the Polymock Glacier. And then there's several, of course, that take place in the Rata Sum or the Verdant Cascades one. But, you know, they made these sweet Polymock arenas.
Here comes trouble.
So we're starting to get a nice collection of pieces here. I think I'm going to grab the Kappa, the Earth Elemental, and the Gargoyle. As you can see, this guy has a Dredge Polymock piece, a Dolyak Polymock piece, and a Dwarf Polymock piece. So, let's see, what do I want to start with? You can see my pieces arrayed over there. I love this, like, frozen willow thing. If you've ever seen a willow tree covered in frost, it is beautiful. I miss being in a place where you can get, like, thick, like centimeter thick in radius. Just about, I don't know, maybe that's too much. Maybe half centimeter? What was that, 50 millimeters? 10? 5? 5 millimeters. Whatever, you get the idea. Thickish ice on trees, and so very beautiful. I think I'm going to lead with my Earth Elemental piece. Yeah, this is good old Obsidian Flame and Polymock Earthquake. Okay, let's start the round. I mean, that wasn't the most useful thing to stop, but I'll take it. Okay, now I just use my thing. Oh, Icy Shackles is on me. It's making all my casts slow. I see. That's what's going on. Yeah, no. How about not? You might want to rethink that move. I saw that coming before you even thought about it, said, just reading some of his taunts out from the lower left. Some damage in on me, eh? this might. That's okay. Okay, yeah, I was almost
Here
done.
comes trouble.
Let's go ahead and grab our Kappa piece next. This is also an interrupt and then the bleed. Okay. I want to make sure I have my familiarity with what all my piece does. Good old Polymock Banish for a bunch of damage. I want to put some salve on that. That's Girl Hammer. There we go. Okay, moving on to his last piece, the Dwarf Polymock piece. Okay, whatever, we're gonna do that one then. Yeah, got me with his Earthquake. Any moment this Earthquake feels like stopping would be great. Or this Sandstorm.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Okay, well, it's up to you, Gargoyle. Will you... Hey, man, guy, good to see you. Would be the clutch one to bring it all home? I mean, probably. I'm gonna get my Jin's Haste out. Turns out the quicker cast time is pretty clutch. Just for increasing your speed of doing things. Okay, I feel pretty good about a couple of those interrupts there. This gargoyle's surprisingly solid. Careful, you don't want to lose another piece. You want to put some salve on that? Damnation, your constant yammering put me off my game. I should try that. He wants to try the strategy of constantly yammering. I don't know what he's... I mean, I'm telling the chat what to do. Maybe you should try streaming it, Grillhammer Silverfist. If somebody makes the, like, Twitch name Grillhammer Silverfist and starts yammering about Polymock, that would be hilarious. Okay, let's go ahead and see Hoff for my reward. He's down here in Rata Sum. There he is. By the way, Mana Guy, I think you had to leave early enough that you probably didn't see me in the Norn arena, but this bar was absolutely just wrecking Magni to Bison's tournament. Just like, it was ridiculous. Turns out Naga Shaman has stoning, and enervating charge means that starts knocking things down. It's pretty sweet. Yep.
I'm busy.
Hey, weirder things have happened. I've seen people make accounts to sub to people that are, like, based off of, like, a random silly thing the streamer said, so. I was afraid you'd die of old age waiting for him to make a move. Good show. I mean, it's not turn-based. Yeah, so, like, this bar just works super well. It turns out Mind Shock is really good in duels, by the way. I hadn't realized just how good it is in duels, but yeah, I could start the fight by dropping the Naga Shaman. Sure. And then enervating charging him, and I can just, like, start Mind Shocking him and stuff for damage. Well, I can now also summon the Ruby Jin, which is pretty cool.
I'm busy.
I still need to defeat the Necromancer, so I think I might go do that. But let's
Here comes trouble.
register a Fire Elemental Polymock piece.
Oh, great. Another booker.
Let's see. So I think Wait, where was this guy? Tarnished Haven. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking Gad's encampment. I already fought the guy there. I realized as I was panning over to it. All kinds of confusing myself. Where is this guy? Oh, right here. Hello, Necromancer of Willamandus. It is a little known fact that some Polymock pieces were made using the dark arts. Through the ages, most were destroyed or hidden. I have managed to acquire some of the few remaining pieces known in all of Tyria. So tell me, are you ready to face your darkest fears, Rex Templaris? Well, I wish to play you in a game of Polymock. Okay.
Oh, great. Another booker.
I like the Earth Elemental. Let's go ahead and use the Fire Elemental, and then I just want to actually just keep using the Gargoyle, because the Gargoyle has been so solid. Let's start with the Fire Elemental, because that's new and exciting. Let's see, we got 800 damage Fireball, 200 damage, and set on fire for 15 seconds, which for 2 energy is actually pretty good. And then our Flare, of course, is just our bog standard. Man, these things are really pretty looking. These guys always open with Glyph of Concentration. Oh, I really don't need Polymock Backfire on me, but here we are. I'm just going to wait for these hexes to wear off. Yeah, I don't need that backfire. Rydgors has been doing a lot of work here, by the way. It's allowed me to be a lot more passive. Which is really good when this guy has a bunch of bad hexes. The dark arts have taught me pain. Shall I show you? The darkness will consume your soul. I mean pieces. Pieces. Okay. I spent too much time reading his dialogue and he got the jump on me. Let's go ahead and open with the Gargoyle Polymock piece here, actually. Use the Earth Elemental piece as my ringer. Okay, well. Get electrocuted. We just lightning strike each other all day. It's a little premature, but whatever. Polymock block, eh? Okay. That might give me a chance to just drop the lightning orb right off the bat. That's what I want to do, is I want to just open with... Hey, Fear! Welcome! Thank you for the resub. Ooh, 6 months. Congratulations on your streak. I mean, I just wanted to get a good opening in on this guy, and I did, so I'm glad to get that much damage in with my Gargoyle. Let's see, what taunts has he done so far? Every piece you lose shows a weakness I can exploit. Says Necromancer of Volumindus. Well, let's start the round, shall we? How is that? Oh, the glyph of concentration. Yeah, of course. It's not the biggest deal. There we go. More blood from my dark master. The light, it burns. Leave me. Your shining victory cuts like a serrated blade. My shining victory. I like the sound of that. Well, took down that guy. I couldn't tell you, Xing J. Sherman, whether or not everyone who with the layer of Imp's title has animal heads on their wall. But my guild hall does not, as far as I'm aware. Okay, where am I in relation to Hoff? On the exact opposite side of Rata Sum. Of course I am. That's a lot of intricate... That's a lot of intricate work. That actually looks a lot like a carpet. Or something to me, texture-wise. Probably a mosaic. It might be a really complicated mosaic or something. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. It's very complicated looking, is my point. Okay, let's go talk to Hoff.
You need me?
So, you defeated the Necromancer, and he didn't turn you into a bone minion? 2 victories for the price of 1, I say. Well done. Someday you'll have to tell me your strategy.
I can now summon an Ice Imp, which is the spell that I thought I was using with Naga Shaman. I don't know why, but for some reason I think of Naga Shaman as being water magic, not earth magic, so it always confuses me.
Here comes trouble.
Well, this is the last one.
You have defeated all of the opponents I could find for you. It is now time you and I go head-to-head. You have come far, quite quickly. Far faster than I would have expected, considering your mental limitations. But now you face certain defeat. My tactics are flawless, my ability legendary. All those you have played before are but children compared to my infinite skill and lifetimes of training. Are you certain you are prepared for what lies ahead, human?
Prepare yourself for an old-fashioned butt-kicking infinity boy. Infinite lifetimes? Who or what are you? I like that decline dialogue. You get Summon Mersat and the Mirage Iboga Polymock piece for all the good that'll do you, because how often are you going to use... Like... How often are you going to be playing Polymock after this? Like, you can go and just re-challenge the people if you want to.
Why are you bothering me?
But, like, how often are you going to? It's... In my opinion, the best thing to do with that piece is to just pass it on to another character. But...
Here comes trouble.
Yeah, let's battle Hoff. Oh, this is another one that takes place at this arena. Oh, I appreciate they did that.
You need me?
This is a nice arena. I like the Earth Elemental. Let's grab the Fire Elemental, because I like that one too. And while the Gargoyle's been good for us, Statue Polymock piece, Dragon Polymock piece, I think I should go ahead and use this Ice Elemental we just got. Okay, so this one gives you 1,000 maximum health. Target, you cause a glyph freeze at target foe's location. Target foe is struck for 600 damage, and for 10 seconds, all their glyphs take an additional second to cast. Interesting. Well, let's start the round. I don't know if this will take a couple of tries or not. This guy can be a bit challenging, I imagine. I love this arena so much. It's so beautiful. This is much more of a tanky piece. Missed my timing on that. Yeah, I don't think I like the Ice Elemental piece much, but I wanted to check out to see what it did, so... For anybody who's wondering why I don't like it that much, getting bonus health is not great in Polymock. It can wear off between rounds, which can cause problems. So I'm not too fond of it from that standpoint alone. Of course, if it gets interrupted, you have problems as well. Yeah, you run at a disadvantage here. I think his pieces are probably all rares. Consider this your final exam. Did you study? Now we shall see if your puny brain can handle a real test. This will be all too
great.
easy.
Another booker.
I want to beat this guy here, though. Kind of wrap up the Polymock stuff at the start of today, I suppose. Before I worry about needing heroes in my party, you know. Why does it keep telling me not enough energy? Okay, this is weird. There's some sort of glitch state on my energy. That was truly strange. This thing is acting like my energy... Hang on. This thing's acting like my maximum, or my energy starts at 25 or something for some reason. Yeah, that's a weird glitch. The heck? That is profoundly strange.
Here comes trouble.
Okay, I'm definitely losing this round in part because it just my piece didn't have the energy it apparently had. It's all gunked out on the back end. I don't know, that was profoundly weird. Let's just say I'm not beating two pieces with this one piece unless something incredible happens. Okay. Guess I might as well go ahead and use that. Got your Polymock block, apparently. Ooh. Alrighty, well, I'm not surprised when my middle round went so badly. Because my middle round went really badly. Because everything was really wonked up and glitched out.
Why are you bothering me?
Let's try that again. Also, I don't like the ice elemental piece, so... I see, it randomizes the arena that you fight him
Another
at.
booker.
Okay, so I like the fire elemental and the earth elemental. I've been using the Kappa one. I also kind of like Gargoyle. I'm gonna just use Gargoyle, and let's lead with it. Oh, he has a randomized selection of pieces, so now he has Naga, Gaki, and Dolyak. That's interesting. I like that. really don't want to be hit by that banish if I can help it. Ow. I mean, for being a, technically speaking, weaker piece, I feel like I've got decent damage off.
You need me?
Okay, let's go ahead and use the fire elemental. Like, the gargoyle as a common is just straight up weaker. It's just part of the core design. Wow, that guy did 1,000 damage between those two things. Polymock painful bonds. Oh, okay, that's like a rising bile. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of face tank damage here, which is not great. Okay, Polymock Lamentation is just as normal. Wow. I'm just getting absolutely wrecked by this thing.
You need me?
Okay. I like the gargoyle, but I don't think I can choose it. It's just too fundamentally weak as a piece. Okay, the Gaki is his last piece, and I am doing a fairly good spot on this one. So that's good. The Signet does not care about my nonsense, does it? Okay, whatever. I wasted some stuff, that's fine. I mean, not great, don't get me wrong, but... Signets don't care about Polymock blocks, so Polymock block is vaguely useless here. Yeah, Signet of Rage is really good. I think I can beat him, but that middle round just keeps wrecking me. So I need to try... Why do you have to respawn me in the zone? All the way over on the other side. I need to start off with a stronger piece, and I need to try a... I think I might just start off with the fire dude. Maybe. But that Gaki piece just, like, cuts right through a lot
Here
of
comes
your
trouble.
defenses. There's a reason this is labeled Master.
Why are you bothering me?
Okay, I like the earth, I like the fire. Let's just go ahead and use the Kappa. And let's start with a fire elemental piece. Okay, starting off with the Mersat here. Yep, got it with its strain. Whatever, I'll stop one of those, I guess. I can really feel my inferior stats here. Oh good, that stopped the Mind Shock. Hey! Got up on him on a piece. That's gonna help a lot. Okay, so Fun Heat's not great, but will give me a moment there. Okay, so I got a little bit of initial damage off on him. Let's go ahead and grab the Kappa Polymock piece now. This is very similar to the previous one, actually. Polymock is a heck of a thing. Rod Gort's now. I really needed to stop that Sifhalla heat. Okay, well, I'm absorbing this Rod Gort. That's just happening. That was an Ether Signet. Yeah, you're not stopping that with the... There we go. Still up by a piece, so that's something. Oh, it doesn't have the Gaki this time. Has the Dolyak. Okay, that's probably good for me. Yeah, okay.
Why are you bothering me?
Let's go ahead and start the round. Whew. Whatever. Get earthquaked. Yeah, okay, I'll get banished. I don't have a way of stopping that. I mean, not being banished is always good for me. So the banish is the main thing I need to worry about from this guy. No glyph of power, I guess. There we go. Woo! Okay. We'll pick out some of his dialogue, his taunts in a moment, his trash talk. All right. Some of the things Hoff says during the battle. Consider this your final exam. Did you study? Now we shall see if your puny brain can handle a real test. Your lack of strategic mind has brought you to this impasse. Did you learn nothing from your mistakes? I am sorry, but there are no do-overs at this level of play. Now might be a good time to remember some of the lessons I taught you. 2 pieces down. Statistically, your odds of winning now are, well, let's say, not good. Obviously, you were nowhere near ready to duel me. Your failure is my... No, it was your failure. This will be all too easy. Well done. Do not think for one moment that you are now the master. What he says when I finally beat him. Hello, Hoff. I have great victory.
Why are you bothering me?
Incredible. I am quite astounded that your puny brain could contain all of my teachings, and yet, here's the proof. I must congratulate myself. I am, without a doubt, the greatest Polymock teacher in the world. That makes me think of what I've heard about My Fair Lady, but anyway. And now I have summoned Mersat, so I can now summon a Mersat to aid me in combat. It is deeply underwhelming, relatively speaking, in that all it has is enervating charge. It doesn't have
Why are you bothering me?
Spectral Agony thing. I'm going to register this Mirage Boga piece.
Oh, great. Another Buka.
Now I can use the Mirage Boga piece. Okay, let's see. So I have Nornhood and Haunted. Investigate the spirit sighting areas. You have 3 areas left to explore. Let's go to Varjar Fells and do this. 1. Let's see. I'm going to need to pull this out, though, so that way I can give a bar to Zandra. Let's see. I usually like having Olivia around, although I might want to have her a bit different here. Lilina, Devona, Losha. Let's see. Let's just grab Kamu and Zandra because I need to use both of them. I think Livia's bar is probably okay. The main reason why I'd want to consider changing it is because there's a lot of non-fleshy things, which makes the minion focus worse. If I were to change it... Yeah, actually, I like the idea of dropping her into Prot Spirits. Or Protection Prayers. I don't know what I meant by Prot Spirits. Oh, that can go away. I think I was thinking of actual Protective Spirit. Mend is good. Shield Guardian I actually kind of like. Is there actually anything from Blood Magic? Wait, Necromancer was down. Is there anything else from Blood Magic that I feel like I might want? I could put in a Well of Blood. That might be okay. I actually think I want Strip Enchantment, though. A good old Strip Enchantment like that. I don't know, a bit more defensiveness seems like it might not be a bad idea. Oh, I also need to ruin this gal up. Oh, now I have some choices to make. I think I might make her an offensive Soul Twist, maybe? I don't have Signet of Spirits, so that dissuades me from channeling. Yeah, channeling has some reasonable stuff in it, but... Like, I've got a decent amount of stuff in Restoration Magic, quite frankly. Okay, so if I did that, I would want to drop Livia away from the stuff she's currently doing, maybe? Or actually, you know, I could do that and I could drop, like, Lena. Okay, let's do that. Let's grab, Aiden is a Conjure Barrage bar. Zoe is Broadhead Arrow. Let's grab Aiden instead. Okay, so if I'm going Resto on her, I'm definitely going to want... Not channeling here. I'm going to want Spawning Power. Okay, so I have... Spirit Light, Men, Body, and Soul, Spirit Transfer, Life. Life seems like a good idea. Let's
see. Protective was Kaolai. I have Kaolai as well. Yeah, I think I want Kaolai. Which means I really don't need to worry about her weapon at all. I also have Weapon of Warding. Spirit Light Weapon's pretty good too. Which is this one? Defiant with Zenray. They don't really use this particularly well, unfortunately. Soul Twist is definitely a bit underwhelming. I feel like I need Spirit Light Weapon here. And then I can go like slash monk for remove hex. I imagine I have a bajillion copies of that. I have 3. That's enough. And then, like, what would be the best last thing to put on here? Just maybe rejuvenation for an additional spirit? That seems possible. Mending Grip is pretty unexciting. Live though as Naomi is not the resurrection of choice, in my opinion. Spells you cast recharge 25% faster. It's actually a pretty good effect. Like, I don't really feel a need to give her another thing because Spirit Light Weapon is just so spammable and so strong. I think Rejuvenation is what needs to go here. I'd like Recuperation, but it needs to be Rejuvenation because that's the one I have access to. Okay, let's go see about runes. Oh, what do you know? Hobby, right here is a rune trader. How extremely convenient. I did, by the way, for those who maybe didn't see the end of last stream, I did allow myself to open the Shunlai just so I could deposit a bunch of stuff. I haven't taken anything out of it, and I'm not going to, but I wanted to be able to deposit a ton of things because it was down to, like, no inventory slots, and it was stupid. And I needed to do something about it, so I did. I want Superior Restoration. Minor Spawning for now. And maybe a Minor Channeling, because that might come up. Muning would be good as well, so I'm just going to pick up one of those. Gonna roll with it here. It's one of those things where the restriction was interesting up until the point where I no longer could have inventory space. So, also, I got so many Windwalker's insignia and stuff that I accumulated quite a bit of gold. So, that was a thing. Kamu. Yeah, I need to set up Kamu now. So she's going to have one heck of a Spirit Light weapon. Wow, 32 HP per second is real strong. $53 health. Yeah, that's a pretty meaty heal. Okay, Kamu, what stuff can I give you? Let's see, I can give you Heart of Fury, that seems good. I mean, maybe a Scythe Mastery. Focus is not a bad idea. I kind of want to give somebody Communing here. Just that way I have more spirits around. Oh, you know what would be funny? Is giving him Destruction. That'd be funny. I'm not going to, but... Or am I? Do I have Death Pact Signet? No, that's a Nightfall skill, so no, I would not have Death Pact Signet because yeah. So they're not appearing in this campaign. Give him a Res Sig for now. Usually a good idea. I can go Avatar of Grenth. That has some benefits to it. I likely want Radiant Scythe unless I'm doing some sort of teardown thing. I really like Radiant Scythe. It's good to actually have access to it. What are the prices on Dervish Runes? Okay. I see what you're doing here. See what's going on. I'm not spending that much on my mysticism. I'm just gonna give him 2 majors. And then minor earth, minor wind. I'm gonna put the focus actually on mysticism though. Because that's what I'm feeling. I do have Pious Fury. The AI is maybe not necessarily the best at knowing how to use those though. But I think I want Wounding Strike, Heart of Holy Flame. Let's see, I can give him Enchanted Haste. Is there a run speed buff? That's not a bad idea. Excuse me. Trying to decide if I want anything from another profession here. I do have an Antidote Signet that I could give him. That's not a terrible idea. I think it's kind of unnecessary, though. Let's see. Do I want anything from one of the secondary lines? Or do I want any Elementalist stuff on him? There's definitely used to some Elementalist things, so... I could give him, like, Lightning Touch and Shock? The AI might not use Shock super well. Let's see what other things we have floating around here that might be of some interest to me. Oh, Armor of Mist is an option. That's true. For sure true. Armor of Mist and Slippery Ground. That's an interesting choice as well. Let's just knock down if this foe is blind or moving. The AI might be able to use that well. That's also an option. I'm just looking at what some of my choices are. Iron Palm is also pretty good. As is Dark Prison. Yeah, I think I like going Slash Assassin just for some gap closers. This just as a knockdown is fine. Let's see, do I have Death's Charge? Shadow Art starts here. No, that's deadly. Deadly. Okay, yeah. Don't have... Yeah, okay, so the Dark Prison is my Shadow Step of choice then. I think I might just have Crippling Victory. Yeah, I think I'll just use Crippling Victory here. Just to help reduce some of the energy burden of this bar a little bit. He doesn't need a lot of points into this. I don't really need a long snare off of this. It's just to get anything out of it. Okay, and then she's got a bunch of like additional protection stuff. What do I want to do with my bar right now? That's a good question, Self. I mean, I worked hard to be able to summon this Naga Shaman. Actually, I might go... I like this idea. Okay, I'm going to go over to Earth. I think I have Tanai's... Yeah, I have Tanai's crystals. I'm going to combine Tanai's crystals with the fact that I have an Ice Imp that is putting stuff out that I can make use of. Okay. And of course, the Ebon Vanguard Assassin support's always a good spell. Nice crystals seems pretty spicy. I do like my magnetic aura. Ooh, what should my elite be? What if I don't want to dual attune? Ah, yes. Skullcrack. Perfect choice. Maybe Glyph of Renewal. This would let me use Ebon Vanguard Assassin support more regularly. Yeah, I need more elites on this guy. Well, the day will come. Now let's just go ahead and use Glyph of Renewal because it's good times. That, or I could drop some for tactics. If I were to go tactics, what would I want from it? Gladiator's defense or Vim? That doesn't sound terribly exciting at the moment. Okay, let's just roll with this, I suppose, for right now. Let's pop these bars open. Put him on guard. I don't really want him on aggressive. Okay, let's see how these things go. So we need to investigate the spirit sighting areas. So that sounds good. Varjar Fells. Oh, hello, Jorah. Yeah, I wish the AI didn't feel like it needed to drop life every single time it can. That's one thing that's a little annoying about it. I appreciate your eagerness, but I doubt you're up to the challenge. I fear I must complete my task on my own.
Are you lost?
By the claws of the bear spirit, I vow to regain my honor. Sorry, did you say something? Not imminently, no. Olgana Bear Tamer, I need to speak with you about this bounty. It's very useful, you see. Okay, well, let's go north and see what's going on up here. Hello, Devana. Devana has some nice knockdowns, so I tend to like her for that reason, if anybody was wondering. Wonder how good, like, in a party of Victory is Mine could be. I don't know, let's just summon my Ice Imp, buddy. I went through a lot of effort to be able to summon things. I'm gonna do it, by golly. I need to make sure I'm using my glyph before I drop my friend, my assassin friend, not to be confused with my Ice Imp friend. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of the one that triggers off burning. A lot of ice imps over here. Speaking of ice imps, let's summon our ice imp friend again. You can only have one of these summons out at a time, so not a whole lot of point on trying to get multiples going or anything. This is useful because it's armor ignoring, and cracked armor is handy. Let's get my enchantments back up here. I sense a soul filled with anger, says Andra. Tonto the Grim, give us his effects. Haunted ground. It is you with a heart that sings of regret. Delicious regret. I can take the pain away, traveler. Your lost home and family, I will devour their memory. I will require only your soul. So, haunted ground. The air around you grows heavy, laden with a sense of foreboding. You can feel the presence of something almost seen from the corner of the eye, but never there. And we're being attacked by spirits of regret, so that's a thing. I've killed siege worms bigger than you. Never have I seen a spirit with such malice. The stories speak of rituals so powerful that spirits are drawn to them, but this seems different. It seems to have an interest in me, specifically. Well, that's not foreboding at all. Helming Baldbrow. Baldbrow is an interesting name. How do you get a name like Baldbrow? Did you blow up your face? No, my ice imp buddy. Okay, Helming. What's your story?
Who sent you?
Whatever. You're getting the business end of my business. Modnir Hunters. Ow. Hey, a top right map piece. That's exciting. I just need a few more of those and we'll be good. I really don't need you trampling things, guys. What was that, Helming? My helm is sturdy, but it lacks pizzazz. It needs horns. The bigger and pointier, the better. Soon, all the frozen north will be talking of their size. Bring me 5 berserker horns, and I'll give you some enchanted gear. Yes, some enchanted gear. Ooh, and some 15-1 scepters. Let's see. Illusion magic, death magic, earth magic, protection prayers, and restoration magic. I mean, those are pretty solid scepters if you need high energy sets. They're for that. We'll be going that direction later. For now, I guess I'll just go around the top side of this rock. I don't really think it matters which way I go, quite frankly. But I will summon an ice imp. Yeah. Get some of that cracked armor spread around. Modnir main. I really don't need you trampling. Trampling is like a touch range skill that knocks down. So, in an area of effect and deals like 80 damage, it's pretty nasty. So I prefer to avoid being hit by it if I can. Advantage of using a staff is it is reliably going to, or it's going to be able to improve the recharge of all of my spells, not just ones of specific types. So have skill recharge of spells, 20% chance, and that's all spells. That's a very useful effect. Not sure how well Zondra's been doing. I mean, we're not dying, so I guess Zondra's been doing her job well enough. Realistically, when I think about it. It's probably worth it to spend my elite slot on making Ebon Vanguard Assassin Support have a 10-second recharge instead of 30. But I do kind of want more earth magic elites. I wish there was more interesting energy magic, or energy storage elites, quite frankly. We're going to be fighting a bunch of dudes here. Yeah, there's Trample. Excellent. Oh, Grant, that Kamu sent you. Although the one problem with doing that is it means I am spending a lot of my energy on it. But hey, that's why we've got a BIP, right? So I can make all of the assassins happen. Yeah, of course there's some Vitir hidden in the trees. They do like hiding in the trees, you know. One of their favorite locales is trees. Let me feel your sorrow. Let me strip you away until there is only pain and emptiness. Endless pain, so sweet. What call is there for this? Why do you seek to harm innocence? Answer me, spirit. I wish only to kill you, child. I served Kivros, your grandfather. After his death, your mother Juno took everything from me. Everything except... let's see, where's this line? Everything except this pain that will not end, and an escape that will not come. I would see her deprived of everything she held dear, before she too joins me in this endless misery. My mother? What do you know of my mother? Really hard to fight and read dialogue at the same time, so here we are. That could maybe have gone a little bit better. Vitir Essence. Yeah, these are Vitir here, clearly. let's grab this loot. Sorrow drops Vitier Essence. Yep. Yep. We have some Berserking Wendigo. I need to clear these guys out. There you go. And now it is time to go to the spirit place. Inside this area. All the sort of like stuff to deal with spirits always takes place here, so. Spirit, it is time that your bonds with this world were severed. Tainted blood runs thick, witch. You are doomed to share your ghastly mother's fate. You shall slay her, as she killed Kivros. You may have been wronged, but we are more in life than the sum of our mistakes. Regrets belong to the living. Let me bear them. Ease your burden, and move on. It is not too late for you to change your path. There can be peace for you in the afterlife if you abandon your malice. Peace? Peace? Yes, peace for all of you is possible. Peace for all of you, it is possible. For what you did, there can be no peace. Only suffering. Defeat Tonto the Grim. Ooh, he dropped me a scroll of Slayer's Insight. That's nice of him. I already have an ice imp. Is this why Mother sent me away? To protect me from the vengeance of her enemies? Or to protect her from suffering the prophecies of the dead? Though ritualists spend lifetimes communicating with spirits in the past, I understand now. We cannot let that shape what is to come. No matter that I am exiled, I dwell no more in the past. Looking to the future, I swear I will honor my family and my clan. Well, all right then. Norn Hood. Okay, that requires me to go north into Jakar Lake. I'm actually not far from a different entrance too that I think I shall take. Make my way up from there. There's an entrance right over here. There is one right over here, and that'll be very useful later. But I want to use this one for the moment. And this Kamu comes flying off center left. Moody Sterson. Mood? I'm not sure how I'm supposed to be pronouncing this. Yeah.
Why are you here?
I summon an ice imp. Oh man, double assassin. Pretty crazy.
Are you hunting something?
So far, so good, but only 78 kills. All right, that's more than most humans, but you can do better. I could, but I need to leave, so I'm not going to. I'm going to go to the next zone. Come, Kamu, we must defeat whatever it is that's up here. Oh, we've got a couple of corpses of Norn commoners here. So we see these when we actually have the Norn Bear stuff active. It's evidence of Norn Bear activity.
Who sent you?
I mean, I sent myself.
Are you hunting something?
You.
Why are you here?
What's the best way to test your strength? A long hunt in a cold snowstorm. Here's 3, snowstorm 0. Let's see. It was last seen in Drakar Lake near the outskirts of Sifhalla. You'd be wise to begin your search there. Okay, so that's north of here. I do need to go to Sifhalla anyway, so let's just go, I guess. Yeah. There we go. Oh, goodness, I am deep freezed. There we go. Wears off, and now we can move again. Good business. We're not going down that, following that rabbit just yet, but we will for one of the quests that we'll be getting soon. These pieces of grass are making the geometry look broken because they're... I don't understand exactly how the alpha channel in this thing works. It is very weird. There's a lot of, like, little things that they could do. I mean, I say that. There's a lot of decisions they could have made back in the past that would make the game look better, and one of them is handling their alpha channels better because it acts super wonky in terms of, like, what stuff it can render to. Hello, Spirit of Symbiosis. Go ahead and fight that Ebon Vanguard Assassin. Okay, I prefer if you didn't, though. But, sure, whatever. I can always summon another one of you in a few seconds. Let's see what I got on this. Pyromancer's Minor Wilderness Survival. Well, I don't expect that to have much value, but you never know. Ah, there's some suspicious markings over here. We'll go look at those then. After we beat up Wiglaf. I think I just heard my ice imp keel over. Probably. Oh, hey, Jorah. Oh, hey there.
Who goes there? Who sent you?
Yeah, I don't have enough kills for him to care at the moment. Suspicious markings. Well, let's investigate some suspicious markings, shall we? Okay. That didn't do a whole lot. What am I looking for here? Aiden, you should be able to help with this. You are Ranger Extraordinaire. Am I... Oh, you know what? I'm probably supposed to find suspicious markings later. Let's continue north for now. And just kind of assume that I'm doing things out of order. I could hear you from a league away. It's a wonder your family never starved. Well, we invented this thing called farming and ranching. They really do a lot to improve your survival, your odds of survival.
Are you lost?
So, you know, just saying. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming. I think they expect you to come from Sifhalla for this quest, so I think the markings are positioned according to that. If I had to guess. So I don't think I can interact with them out of order. want to be knocked over, though. Myrrh. Okay. Proven. See these? Jotun tracks. They lead to the south. I suggest we follow. The tracks are becoming more eccentric, or more erratic. I cannot tell if the creature is inebriated or merely an oaf. It appears to have continued to the south. This tree appears to have been hugged, and recently. The tracks here are fresh and leading toward the frozen lake. The beast is nearby. Well, I triggered all of his dialogues for this, like, one right after another. So that was the thing that just happened.
Who sent you?
Tarnished Silvermane. Do I have any lockpicks on this character? I do. I have 3. Kind of want to open this chest by this spooky graveyard. Oh. To my complete lack of surprise, spooky graveyard was filled with Vitir. Who would have thunk it? Okay, whatever. I'll just double up on Obsidian Flame. Okay. Yes. Did I keep my lockpick? I successfully retained my lockpick. Excellent. Of course, having some lucky and unlucky titles on my account helps with that, but, you know. Not much you can do about that sort of mechanic. That's fine. I want to go talk to Tarnished Silvermane. I don't think I usually do, and I'm curious what she's got going on. Oh, Budger Black Powder's over there. We recognize Budger from Star's Furnace. He was instrumental in getting past the gates in the last section, even if I was being extremely ignorant about how it worked. Someday I'll remember. Someday. Hello, Tanny.
Who sent you?
Oh, I sent me.
Are you hunting something?
I hate the sound of Modnir hooves thundering through the air. It's so loud, I swear they have 4 extra legs. Their unnatural rhythmic beat drowns out the musical spirit of nature all around us. I wish to silence this cacophony, so I may once again hear the beating heart of the mountain. Bring me 5 Modnir remains, and I shall give you this. Stance bow, and ooh, an etched sword. Interesting. And crude daggers, stance shields. I don't know how to parse these. Have skill recharge. Actually, I don't mind this. I feel like having skill recharge is... Like, having casting time is nice. Having skill recharge is often preferable to me. Like, if I had to pick one of them to happen, I typically will want recharge to happen. Maybe I should do some sort of ether renewal bar. That could be fun. That could be fun. No. I'll later want to take a stop at the Ring of Fire Islands, but that's not for a little bit yet. Okay, so we accidentally triggered all of his dialogues in reverse order, or triggered all of the things that trigger his dialogues in reverse order, because I guess is expecting you to have Sifhalla already and delete from there. So we should just be able to find this Jotun. It should have spawned now. Is that these last suspicious markings? Let's go on. I think I need to go on this side of the tree. But it was off in the direction of the lake, he said. Not sure what that translates to. Mish is out here in the lake. Let's see. The troopers have been hugged, and recently the tracks here are fresh and leading toward the frozen lake. The beast is nearby. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that translates to. Ow. There's a lot of territory out here, is what I'm saying. I'm looking for some sort of Jotun. There goes my imp. Because it said there was a... Basically, I'm hunting a Jotun right now. Unless you're not remembering what is going on. I need to replace my ice imp with something less dead. Ah, there it is. Probably Lawn Brow Smasher over there. Okay, let's make our way that direction then. Feels like a likely destination. Water Trident. It's knocking me over. I have Water Trident on this guy. I do. Once I finish the slow playthrough, this guy's gonna need a Journey of the World collecting skills. You fight Lan? Me put lanterns out. Guess that's one way of saying it. Being you're putting your lights out. There we go. That should take care of it. Yeah, see Magni the Bison for your reward. Okay, let's actually go into Sifhalla first though. Because there's a bunch of stuff to do over that way. And I want to get over there. Plop. Ice Imp falls down. Goes dead. So let's see. The other ones do... This one will do weakness. Which also combines actually reasonably well with Earth for stoning. But there are a lot of ways of getting weakness, so... and then the Ruby Djinn sets things on fire, which is nice. I think the Naga Shaman is actually pretty solid. If you're inflicting weakness, then spamming stoning is very useful. To put it mildly. How effectively can I set up a team to like stack conditions, though? I'm wondering about Vim. Victory is mine. It'd be fun. But you need enough conditions happening to make it worthwhile. Let's see, did I get up? Yeah, I'll talk to Reuven. Should talk to the other guy too. Maybe gotten another 20 Norn reputation points, but meh. I'm not running back for it.
Never anger a Norn.
He's unimpressed with that many kills, to put it mildly. All right. Sifhalla. We'll do more here in a moment, but I want to go turn in those quests to Gunnar's Hold first. So we're going to do that. Okay, Magni the Bison. Nornhood. So, you return victorious. I knew that there was yet potential within Kamu. Tell him that under Norn tradition, he is now a man. Perhaps someday Kamu will grow up to be a splendid fighter capable of challenging me. Ha! Thank you for aiding Zandra. It is a shame that I did not get to vanquish the spirits myself. These ritualists are like the Norn in some ways, in their connection to the spirits. I hope this fight has strengthened your nerves for combat in my arena. I mean, you know what strengthened my nerves for combat in your arena was the way that the build that I was using was absolutely crushing everyone. But you know. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff to do here in Sifhalla. Let's start by selling this scroll to the rare scroll trader.
Who sent you?
Whew. Yeah, that's gotten some value to it. It's 15%, eh? What do I get out of this butterfly mirror? 5 piles of glittering dust. I'm gonna be able to hang on to steel ingots I get from now on, which is good. Or at least what I want to do with them. I feel like a lot of things like cleavers tend to not become what you want them to. Okay. Half moon of warding. Well, check those runes. I think I'm going to start by talking with Undrath Blastrock. He's got a couple of quests for me. Skur.
Who goes there?
Pyromancer's not worth anything, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. And Minor Wilderness? I don't know about Minor Wilderness. Okay, that's also not worth anything. Yeah, sometimes these runes are worth something when you wouldn't expect them to be, so... I should read the description for
Never
Sifhalla as
anger
well.
Norn.
Let's do that. Sif Shadowhunter refused to battle for an encampment held by other Norn, instead building her own hearthstead and defending it so fiercely that some call it Bear Mother's Cave in tribute to her strength and glory. Others of similar attitude have put up hides here, describing notorious foes they plan to hunt, or daring others to track them down. Interesting. So, what this is communicating about Norn, about the Norn, lore-wise, is that they will often try to take each other's settlements. Rather than building a settlement themselves, they'll basically, like, try to best other Norn to be able to claim the settlements that those Norn had. Which I find really interesting. I don't think... Is that ever communicated in Guild Wars 2 as a thing that the Norn do? Of like, oh, no, I'm going to challenge you for your home. Utah. A worthy hunt for my clan indeed. Their strength is unmatched against the worm. You'll bring back the remains for the funerals, of course. What? I lack all context for what that's about. So... The heck is somebody advertising their guild here, of all places? Yeah, what sort of weapons do you make?
Who goes there?
I do like the spiked axe skin well enough. I do like the ram's hammer skin, too. So this is just a bunch of stuff you can inscribe. Or it's inscribable. Like, my general feelings on this are, this would be really cool if it was significantly easier to get max inscriptions that you want. And max, like, other stuff as well. But given how difficult it is, it's not worth making inscribable gear. I'd much rather go to Nightfall and like make something, or factions in particular, and make something that already like is set up where I don't have to worry about that stuff. Hello, Undroth.
News of the war.
Undroth Blastrock's the name. Good to meet you. I'm apprentice to Butcher Black Powder. I make powder for his kegs. We came up north because our last accident in the Deldrimmer war camp raised King Jalus's ire. So, we're keeping a low profile as miners, but Budger is just itching to blow something up. So, this explains why Budger Black Powder came up north. He had an accident in the Deldrimmer war camp. Reminder, the Deldrimmer war camp is ish thereabouts. Maybe more this way a little bit. But it's in this general area. And they had an accident, so they're like, we'll just leave the territory. Now, keep in mind, their territory extended all the way up to here at the least. For the Deldrimmer, so they went a bit further north to try to get away from King Deldrimmer or King Jalus. So they're trying to keep a low profile up here. Now we got a couple of quests from this guy. One is the big unfriendly Jotun. I got myself a giant problem, friend. I came all the way from Deldrimor because Budger Black Powder needed to extract some tricky ore for his high-quality explosives. But no sooner than I set up operations did a Jotun clan move in and slaughter most of our workers. All the way from Deldrimor for that, eh? The rest of our miners won't go near the site. You might not know this, but we dwarves don't much like Jotun. Nasty customers with big clubs. Do me and Budger a favor, would ya? Go and remove the Jotun clan leader, Ulgrimar Nash, and all of his dwarf-busting buddies so we can start mining again. Gives a couple of really good skills here, and as well as a full platinum. No experience points, interestingly enough. I won't let the Jotun clan muscle you out. Okay, so this is actually a really good question. Do I have... No, I'm bringing a Signet of Capture here. I don't know what I want to do here with my other stuff, but you can get Earthshaker off of this boss, and Earthshaker's one of those weird skills, and that has a couple of locations that shows up, but most of the bosses are like less than reliable. So this is like an actual reliable location to get it, so that's what I'm gonna do. Take advantage of that. I'm gonna just bring Shockwave. That's what I'm feeling. Monthly reminder to get something you can spend points on. Yeah, I don't know what to do with channel points is the problem. Mainly. I don't want 10 ice crystals. Give me something. I mean, stoning's not useful here. So I'm not going to bother with that. Ash Blast. And you know what? I'm going to grab this Ruby Djinn summon. I don't know why you want me to go that way. The guy's down this way. How many points are you up to, mana guy? Curious. Okay, yes, no, I'm still Earth Magic. Good, good. I don't know why. I was confused for a moment there because I brought the Ruby Djinn, which has Immolate, so I was thinking about that, I think.
Are you hunting something?
At this rate, you'll hit 100k before December. Woo! That is a lot of points. Smash good, says Chieftain Ulgrimar Nash. 45k at the moment. Gotcha. Well, that guy got to enjoy a few conditions. I brought Ash Blast because Kamu also inflicts burning. It seemed like it might be useful. Mindbreakers are really annoying. They use Visions of Regret, which I would prefer they didn't. I need to stop casting things. Well, apparently I'm not going to be allowed to cast things. This is right ugly. Oh my goodness, the giant stomps. Why? How am I getting interrupted so much, too? There, that'll help. Backfire. Oh my goodness. This group is really difficult because actually Jotun are kind of deadly, and normally the only thing that keeps them from being really deadly is low numbers. Which you can see the challenge of when there is not low numbers of Jotun. Part of it too is there's a bunch that just came running in and you do something about them. Oh boy. Let's just try to get somebody down, please. Oh my goodness. There we go. I don't know what I thought Shockwave was going to do there, but... Yeah, too many Jotun. They're level 28. They're no joke. Well, Kamu's just straight up dying now. I should actually probably replace Kamu with something a bit more useful. I mean, he's not terrible, but... Oh my goodness, the interrupts. Mindbreakers? Which one of these is it? It's one of these Mesmery types. Man, all them knockdowns are rough. I just killed myself. Maybe I should restart this area without Kamu and somebody more useful instead. That might be prudent. Yeah, we have got enough death penalty at this point, and we've accomplished little enough that I think it makes sense to... why did I hit N? Kamu, you're out. Goodbye. Gwen, you seem competent and powerful. Let's bring you in. Shockwave's cute, but not doing as much as I want it to. Okay, let's... I don't know. I'm going to swap... You know what? Maybe I'll swap to Water Magic. I like that idea. what I kind of want to do is, hang on, I need my water glacial, yeah. Is I kind of want, I mean, Shatterstone would do some good additional damage. I kind of want to just like Ether Renewal here though. Icy Prism. Ice Spear. Where's my water? Yeah, it's this Lotus Staff. It'd be better, but it'll do. Ebon Vanguard Assassin to support things. And I guess Deep Freeze? This seems fine, right? Okay, let's try this big unfriendly Jotun again. The big thing that I need here is to not get absolutely wrecked. Obviously. The thing is, this will be able to gain me a lot of health and energy. For whatever that'll end up doing good-wise.
Never anger a Norn.
There, now I can get my ice spears going. And then this Jotun, please. Okay, and then when I come up this way, this group comes running down, so let's wait for them to get over here, because I don't want to fight that many Jotun at once. I'm pretty sure I can just not care about most of what's happening right now. With Ether Renewal up anyway. Ether Renewal is a huge amount of like energy and health gain, so. Yeah, 20 energy. Now we can go after this group. Hey, you. I want your attention, please. Again, as long as I can get my casts off, I get a lot of health and energy from Ether Renewal. I even got a short cast time on that. That's sweet. Or a short recharge. You can see why I like short recharges, by the way. Being able to do something like reapply a skill like that is really good. We've got so many domination hexes going around in my party right now. It's ridiculous. Hello, Rude Awakening Twitch. I'm playing with restrictions. So first of all, I don't have that many mesmers. Second of all, I have a limited pool of skills to work with. So I currently have access to 2 copies of E-Surge and only 1 actual mesmer hero. Because I haven't gone to get like Norgu or anything. This character has not done Nightfall yet. It certainly does. Does provide a bit of a challenge at times. But yeah, it's particularly useful for all of the high armor targets that Eye of the North likes to have, like, I don't know, destroyers. Yeah, they can be. There we go. Before I go away, I need to make sure I'm capturing my... Wait, this guy's Skullcrack? Why did I think he was Earthshaker? Well, I feel foolish now. I think I got confused about something. My memory failed me. Okay, well, let's just go back to Sifhalla and talk to the dwarf then. Okay, over here. Hello, Undroth Blastrock. Although I do want to check.
What
Whiteout.
news of the war?
What do you have? I do have frigid armor. Yeah. Might want that. You're proving to be quite a handy human to have around. Budger will be thrilled to hear the news. It means more powder kegs for him. I'll get my mining team back up there as soon as possible. You're welcome, Undrith Blastrock. Slavers is absolutely ridiculous. A new skill has been added. Yeah, Dwarven Stability is nice. I really wish getting, like, tier 1 of the Drunkard title would allow you to be able to, like, if you have it active, then you'll always get the Drunken effect. Effects off of these, but anyway. Yeah, probably should then. Actually, I'm going to slot in Snowstorm here. That's better for this bar, I think.
There's much to do.
Ah, yes. Okay. The next one here, from Undroth Blastrock, is Crack Flamewhip, a notoriously cruel Stone Summit dwarf, has mobilized a mounted unit that has been wreaking havoc on us Deldermore. He and his stooges have been sighted in Jaga Moraine. You'd be doing us a heck of a favor if you put a hurtin' on him. I'll flame whip him good. Just as soon as we invent flame whips. So for those who may not remember, Crack Flame Whip
Hail, human.
was in Sorrow's Furnace, and again, that's over in this area. And when you do the quest for Gareth? What is the humans? Anyway, the human there. When you do the quest for him, to be like a slave spy in the in Sorrow's Furnace to scout things out. Crack Flame Whip is the sort of taskmaster you were assigned to, who gives you a bunch of tasks to do. So now we get to go fight Crack Flame Whip. So this is actually potentially... Let me check. Sif has a bunch of quests going on too, some of which might pair nicely with
hunting
this.
something?
I am Sif, great hunter of the north, slayer of 10 dozen wolves, 70 bear, and 1 vicious rabbit. Well then, worthy deeds done dirt cheap. If you want the Norn to take you seriously, make a name for yourself, Rex Templaris. Do as I have done, vanquish vicious beasts in the name of fame and glory. Many Norn post signs in their hearthsteads about the fearsome beasts they have encountered. Read the signs behind me, if you dare. You move like a dwarf, good old Imlad. I shall defeat these foes and earn your respect. Okay, so I need to take out Corn, Wildrunner, and Drakkar Lake. Okay, so these are all Drakkar Lake directed. So I guess I can go do those first. That means I can replace this with something else. Not sure what I want there, actually. Probably Battle Standard of Wisdom. Okay, so these must be... So there, she has 3 quests, or quests in this chain. So this must be the second set. So the first set is these ones over here. So let's read about these ones. Corrin Wildrunner. Wanted, Corrin Wildrunner. Signature attack, Crippling Shot. So yeah, this just tells you what his elite skill is. Beware, Corrin Wildrunner and his centaur Pride have been sighted traveling in the Drakar Lake area. Be on the watch for this marauding Modnir, as he will attack without warning. Corrin and his Pride prowl the region, seeking to waylay those unable to defend themselves. Miesh, Lady of the Lake. Wanted, Miesh, Lady of the Lake, signature attack, Onslaught. Again, signature attack is their elite skill. Miesh dwells within the Great Frozen Lake in Drakar Lake. The one it's presumably named Drakar Lake after. She possesses a powerful bond with the elements, forcing magical creatures of ice and water to respond to her every will and command. Few travelers venture to the lake and return to tell the tale after catching a glimpse of her haunting beauty. Nulfastu Earthbound, signature attack, Lissa's Aura. Actually. Lissa's Aura. That might be worth going with a Signet of Capture to go grab. Lissa's Aura is an enchantment that gives you energy regeneration that refreshes itself whenever you cast a spell on a foe. It's a potentially useful alternative energy management solution that I want to grab. It could easily belong in energy storage for what it's worth. But anyway. Once a great northern nature spirit, Nulfastu descended into the dark arts in an attempt to destroy his brethren and usurp their powers. When his intentions were revealed, the other spirits struck down Nulfastu, binding his incorporeal body to this realm and his spirit powers to the next. Beware, Nulfastu retains great power and should be avoided by all but the most heroic or foolhardy Norn. He can manipulate the minds of the living and is constantly surrounded by the spirits of those he has trapped. The lone survivor of an encounter with Nulfastu reported he appeared as a simple rabbit before wresting control of her mind. Well then, let's go deal with these blighters, eh? Couple other squares. I'm not too worried about my inventory filling up here. I think I'll keep to this bar for the moment. Good old Drakar Lake. Okay, Reuven. We need to speak with ye. Kilroy Stonekin, what are you doing up there?
Why are you here?
Be still. There are far too many creatures in this land to attract attention. Care to do something about that? Well, nothing's too tough for me, apparently. Hello, Dwarven Miner. So now that we cleared out that big unfriendly Jotun, these guys are now hanging out here doing some mining. Occasionally. When they feel like it. Kind of want to talk to Kilroy Stonekin, see what he's about. Maybe he wants to run around with me screaming his name. That'd be awesome, because screaming his name is really effective. Very powerful effect. Get out of here, Spirit of Symbiosis. Oh, okay. We'll have some of these guys, it would seem. Man, Ether Renewal really gives you a lot of additional energy. I have so many enchantments stacked up on me, too. Becomes highly effective. Fortunately, a lot of things here have good enough armor against water damage that I'm not doing as much with these as I would like, but oh well, what you gonna do? I appreciate the sentiment, Olivia, but I didn't really need that, technically speaking. Oh man, imagine if you could BIP and Ether Renewal on the same bar. Just spam BIP with Ether Renewal up. That would be sweet. Okay, Kilroy Stunkin, what's up?
You need me?
I've seen a lot of stuff around here that needs slaying. What do you say we crush some skulls? You're insane, Kilroy. I love it. Kilroy Stonekin. All right. Well, we found some sort of weird side quest thing, so let's do this then, I guess. Let's protect Kilroy while he rampages to earn a reward. Yep, you could maybe use your buff effect though. 50% run speed for the entire party is really good. Oh, there it is. There's the buff. Oh yeah, this is about to go great. Or terrible. Depending upon how much these rangers mess me up. Kilroy Stunkin's buff. Your skills recharge 50% faster. Spells you cast cost 50% less energy. And your movement speed is increased by 50%. When cast, it removes all hexes from allies in the area. It is absolutely bonkers, and I love it. It means I get to have permanent ether renewal as well, which is some kind of ridiculous. This is probably the strongest buff skill in the game. If I had to guess. Kilroy Stonkin fell. He kept running in really deep to aggro a bunch of things, so I guess I'll have to do that whatever that nonsense is later. A different time. That's alright though. I still have his buff on me for now. That's nice. Helped me get out of this cave I wandered into because of him. We'll be spending some time in here later. I don't know if I've done that with Kilroy before or not. Could have been fun. It gets a lot warmer color palette once you step out of that cave. That's interesting. So Corin runs around the lake here. Miesha's back down there towards the middle. And Nilfostu is right in there. So we're going to need to go over that direction. Viglof. I don't know what sort of pronunciation scheme the Norn use. They feel like they have like Viking inspirations, so or at least what I would interpret as Viking inspiration.
Who goes there?
In an Icelandic direction or something. I think I'm gonna head towards Mish. If I run across Corn first, cool. It's unlikely, but it's possible. My damage against a lot of the stuff out here is probably gonna be kind of poor. Whew. Yeah, that's not good. These things have ridiculous armor against cold. My goodness. Okay, well. I'm going to have over 1,000 HP because of Symbiosis, but I'm going to deal, like, nothing for damage. Wow, this is bad. Wow. These things have a lot of armor against cold, which I'm not actually surprised by. They're called, like, a chilled wisp and stuff. Like, as it is, these guys have probably like 80 or 90 armor against cold damage. Oh, that was a little... whatever. The Modnir, I mean. But a lot of these other things have a lot more. I mean, this has less armor against cold damage than the friggin' Chilling Wisp had. Chilling Wisps do not care about cold damage at all. At this point, the bar mostly is just making me super tanky. Oh, also this gigantic thing under the lake is pretty sweet. Oh, there's Corrin. I'd kind of like to go intercept him if I can. It might prove tricky. Just because the snare effects from the ground. Maybe I should make a fire bar. Probably not a bad idea. Okay, so we took out Corrin, Wild Runner. So now I just need Mish and the other one. No Fostu. Ah, yes. I'm getting additional 4 energy for having Bip on me whenever I cast a spell. Bip has never gained somebody so much energy. There's Mish, Lady of the Lake. Get swarmed by Chilling Wisps if you're not careful here. Behold the Chilling Wisps that'll swarm you. Hello, Agnostic Absurdist. Looking for a while now. Hello. What am I going to stream once I'm done with the Guild Wars 1 lore? Probably just random Guild Wars 1 stuff. I do want to try out a Bloodstained Ritual of the Night randomizer at some point. The idea's been crossing my mind. Hang on, I need to spam my spells very quickly to gain as much health as I can. Oh, this feels fragile. So that's something I'm definitely interested in. Let's see, what else? Please save me. Okay, well, that was absolutely not surprising. That's a lot of Chilling Wisps. Theoretically, low shot can help with that. But yeah, so for the most part, like once I finish the lore through stuff, It still has a little ways ahead of it still, because I want to... My general plan, for those who are wondering, is I kind of want to go through, like, the standard quests that you... So, the non-dungeon quests, for the most part. Or the non-dungeon quests that you get, and complete those, and beat, like, all of the, like, mission stuff. And then open up access. Like, basically, I have a bunch of restrictions that I'm playing with, which... I'm using Shunlai just to deposit stuff at this point because I had too much stuff in my inventory, but dropping those and then doing dungeons. We'll see about slavers. I'll probably give a noble attempt at it. But that's kind of like my plan for the lore through. I want to see, like, okay, what lore is in the dungeons, right? Because I think that's interesting to look at. And we've done a couple of dungeons so far. And then, yeah, once the lore stuff is done, I'll probably just go back to, like, okay, there's things I want to do on these characters. I'll probably just do some of that. As well as, like I said, I'm interested in looking into Bloodstained. I do at some point as well actually want to potentially do some streams of playing through the Middle-earth Shadow of games again, because I think that would be interesting, now that I've actually read Lord of the Rings. But yeah, for the most part, it's just like Guild Wars 1 stuff. Guild Wars 1 is a good game for me to stream just because I know a lot about it, and it works well with a single computer setup where I can get my mouse easily over to OBS to do stuff if I need to, which is kind of important, and all that, so... I like the game. There's a lot of stuff for me to do in it. Okay, Mish. But I do think I need to branch out to some other games if I want to grow the stream. But Guild Wars 1 will... At least my current intentions are for it to always be an important part of the channel. Because... I love the game. I want to play it a bunch. I'm about to get waylaid by a bunch of somethings over here, and oh yeah, let's maybe not fight those chilling wisps. Okay, well, now I don't have much choice because I just got deep frozen. Which is not really ideal. Oh, I wish I had better damage. So much right now. It would help if I wasn't getting ambushed by Modnir at the same time that I'm trying to fight off way too many chilling wisps. And also if I wasn't water and therefore doing terrible damage against chilling wisps. But I've been really enjoying doing these lore-focused playthroughs. It's giving me a chance to really dig into the lore a lot more than I have in the past. I've done a bunch of quests that I'd never done before as well. You can find a link to the VOD playlist down below in the panels if you haven't seen any of them. But it's been really interesting. Like, Nightfall had so many quests I'd never done before. Just because I wasn't interested. They didn't offer me skills and whatnot. So a lot of interesting stuff there. From a lore standpoint. These guys are taking advantage of being rangers on a hill. It's funny, Ether Renewal interacts with BIP in a silly... Like, Ether Renewal you can go really low on energy and then suddenly, like, drop Ether Renewal and then you have a ton of energy. So it's really funny with BIP. Okay, I just need to go down to this resurrection shrine. When I go in there and inevitably die, it's okay. That's the plan. We'll see how well I'm able to execute on it. And being an elementalist and watching your 83 damage spell deal 42 damage really, really is frustrating. Elementalist has a lot of like high numbers that just do not produce the results that you would want from numbers that high. I should be fire in this area. I think more stuff is going to be weak to fire. Like these frozen elementals, you kind of expect them to be taking like, I don't know, have 120 armor against cold damage or whatever it is. Let's see, where's the... over here. Mandoff. I'm surprised we haven't been ambushed by the Norn Bear. I don't know if it requires that very first one just outside Gunnar's Hold that I haven't done
Are
yet.
you hunting something? Who sent you?
65 kills? That's closer, but you still haven't killed as many as I have. Well, I'm fine with that. Boy. This is gonna be really rough here, this part. Okay, rabbit. Everybody was so excited when they saw this rabbit, and they totally Monty Pythoned us with it. Cute little rabbit. Look at how cute this rabbit is. Hopping along. You know, a bunch of other rabbits down here. What could possibly go wrong? How about Mesmer Boss? Oh, these guys have a lot less armor against full damage. Yeah. Come on. Yes, give me Lysazora. You know what Lysazora is? Another enchantment to power up my Ether Feast. That's what it is right now, anyway. Or my Ether Renewal, excuse me. Not my Ether Feast. I don't have Ether Feast on my bar. That'd be silly. Look how many there are. This is absolutely bonkers, isn't it? Oh yeah. Those Vitae Essences, those are going to just stay there. I got what I came for. I got the elite. I got the boss down. I don't need some dust. Let's go back up to Sifhalla, shall we? And tell Sif of our great victory, and then change our bar because our bar is bad.
Why are you here?
Wipe that smile off your face. You've hardly accomplished anything of merit. I have faced and defeated far greater enemies, you puny thing. Go boast to someone who cares. Perhaps a child, or the village idiot. Well, that's mean of you, but okay. I see you're back for more, Exemplars. Don't get cocky. Just because you've vanquished some weaklings doesn't mean you're respected. Prove your worth to me, and conquer the same creatures I have. Then maybe you'll earn a reputation, even a song. Anything you can do, I can do better. So this is where we get Ovar the Fallen, a Whiteout, and the Fragment of Antiquities. I'm going to stick with Ether Renewal, but I'm going to switch to Fire Magic, because Water Magic ain't cutting it. Let's be real here. It's not where I keep my flame eye. I do want to significant capture. So one of the things that I'm not doing is buying skills from skill trainers other than significant capture, which is something that I am bringing up purely because this zone that I'm going to be heading into here has a boss that I want to capture and not only skill off of, so I want people to know what's going on with that. Let's bring Bed of Coals too while I'm at it, and Breath of Fire would be really nice here, but I don't have it, so meh. I guess Incendiary Bonds? Sure. Breath of Fire would slot in right here instead of Firestorm, and it'd be really nice. Bed of Coals, I kind of want... Do I want Bed of Coals, or do I want... I mean, Rodgorse is pretty sweet. Maybe I bring Rodgorse instead of Bed of Coals. Actually, no, instead of Firestorm. This has a quicker recharge than Firestorm and a quicker cast time, and the knockdown, setting things on fire, is really useful with Devona. Let's see, is there a different henchman that I'd want than Aiden? I don't know. I think I'm okay with... Actually, let's bring Zoe. Zoe has Broadhead Arrow, which I think we all know is a very useful skill, so... Yeah, okay, I'll roll with, like, this, I guess. See how this feels. Should I clear out my inventory? Probably. That's probably a good idea. Okay, yeah, those aren't super worth salvaging. Kind of was suspectorating, but I didn't know for sure. I don't think Blighters is worth anything, but I might as well sell it. I will, I want to try out this against the stuff in Jagamoraine first, so... Blighters is a Necromancer insignia that gives you additional 20 armor while hexed, which probably is better than I think it is, but it's not worth much. Like, I can absolutely see areas where it's like, okay,
Why are you here?
toss on your Blighters armor. Get durabler, more durable. Jagamoraine, let's go. Let's go see about a dude, about a Crack's cavalry. That sounds good. Jagamoraine. Yeah, 17 is the breakpoint for Bed of Coals. Going to 8 seconds of burning on knockdown. Excellent. Hello, Halvdan the Younger.
Who sent you?
Impress me in battle, then we talk.
Just like, nope, don't want to be over there.
Who goes there?
My entire hunting party vanished. I bet they were killed by beasts.
I'm not going out there until you kill them all. Well, I'll avenge your friends. Something tells me you wouldn't be leaving the spot anyway. As one of the guys that you tend to get bounties from a lot just because he's in a early or right outside the door location. I love how beautiful it is out here in some of these mountainy areas. Crack's cavalry is just wandering around in the areas up ahead, by the way, for those who did not know. Now you do. How effectively does this work for energy? Yeah, Ether Renewal easily recovers all of the energy that I need as well in fire. Look at that. Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's 12 energy off of just the space line of stuff, so that is pretty nice. I feel like these things are just a lot weaker to fire than they were to... Oh man, and none shall pass too. Able to make medicals. Absolutely terrifying. I get the picture, I'll use my thing. Berserking Aurochs are monks, by the way, for those who may not know, which is why I was kind of focusing on it a bit there. Yeah, and then when the monks throw enchantments on me, it just gets even better. Cassandra, do you ever use Spirit Light Weapon? You really should, you know. It's very effective. I haven't been really paying attention to seeing how effectively she's using it or not. I probably should, but I tend to be focused on my part of the battle. But part of making sure... there's Crack. There's Cavalry. I successfully retained my lockpick. Well, that's really about all I can hope for when I open a chest, it seems. Let's crack Flame Whip. Yep, we got some dudes chasing down Zandra. Don't need that happening. Man, I do love a none shall pass going off like that. Good times. I'll catch up to Crack here. Gunleaf! Hello, Gunleaf. We do run into tombs again sometime here. This feels like it's just gonna be KD spam. I really don't need a bunch of knockdowns. My Aether Renewal got interrupted too, which kind of is unfortunate. My energy's a little tight, but it'll recover as soon as I do this. There we go. Ooh, I got another map piece. That's good. I need those. They're an important part of being able to complete quests. These are weird too. They're not actually assigned to anybody, so if you're adventuring with other players, anybody can try to claim the map piece first, which is a weird, like, mechanic of, like, rivalry in this game that's typically not around, so it's kind of interesting.
Are you hunting something?
Yeah, I'm hunting Norn, actually.
Are you hunting something?
Let's see. So I need to take out the Whiteout. I need to take out Avar the Fallen. My light keeps flickering and it's making me very nervous. Hopefully everything stays, like, going for the stream, but I don't know what's up with that. Spirits of Quicksand. Spirit of Quicksand is one of those skills that I, like, never use, and the AI enemies do, and it gets really annoying when they do. There's Eagles area. Need to converse with Eagle later. Some important primary quest stuff. Collector for glacial stones up that way. Yeah, Eagle's Perch is what they call it. That's right. Hildir. Can give you some cool gloves. I'll probably pick up a set for this guy later. I have some glacial stones that I got in a trade a while back. I'll give him a good walloping now. A good and proper wallop.
Why are you here? Are you hunting
See?
something?
Glacial gauntlets for 100 glacial stones. Monsters from down below took all my glacial stones. They were to be the foundation of my new hearthstead. I've gotten most of them back, but my arm is tired from thwacking those infernal creatures. You find some of my stones in your travels, I'll pay you for your efforts. For every 100 glacial stones you return with, I'll give you a pair of gloves. Yeah. Ice gauntlets. Avar the Fallen is up that path, so I suppose I'll head up that way first. The Whiteout's... Where is Whiteout on this map? Over here. I do want to go talk to Newt Jordanson over here as well. Once I can walk over to him.
Why are you here? Who sent you?
As you have accrued 35 kills, you know what you're doing, but are you dedicated? I don't know. I'm not going everywhere here. I'm not going to say, I don't know. Is it Darkheim dwells off of this map? I know Kinslayer's off of this map as well, for sure, but... Frozen elementals and an avalanche. Avalanche are pretty dangerous because they have Maelstrom, and then frozen elementals deep freeze you. When this is a really awkward camera distance. Just peering right through her back polygons. I think Bone Fiends might be weak to fire. 98 damage. Yeah, they're weak to fire. That or else I got a... I don't think a +1 on that was going to bring it all the way up to... This is a Staff of Mastery, so there's a 19% chance of +1 fire magic. They're definitely taking a bit more damage, though. They have slightly less, like 50 armor, maybe. I'm not quite sure. Rise, my minions! The living offer their flesh. Oh, man. My fire magic feeling real good here. Avar the Fallen has Jagged Bones, if you ever wanted to capture Jagged Bones somewhere other than the place where you normally get it. Just random note. Oh, my lockpick was broken. This Dark Scimitar, eh? Avar the Fallen has apparently killed a bunch of Norn commoners and raised minions from their corpses. So that's great. In an incredibly sarcastic manner. 13 swordsmanship, eh? Bit of a pity. It's kind of a cool skin. Inscribable. Not much else to say about it, though. I got some good use out of the lockpick, at least. I don't know how many bones I need right now. I have top left and top right, so now I need the bottom two. Ooh. This is actually useful. It's a Furious Spear. Furious is a very nice mod to have on spears, so I want to kind of hang on to that prefix. I really wish we had a weapon mods trader, though. That would make life so much better. A bunch of frozen elementals over here. Okay, I think whiteout's up that way. Yeah, whiteout's up that way. I want to go a little bit beyond. I want to pick up the... There's a resurrection shrine nearby that I want to grab. You can see that these guys are weak to fire. They're taking 87 damage from my 71 damage flare. So, yeah. Elemental damage. Like, I love anywhere where elemental weaknesses exist, and this is an area, so I really like that. Aha! She is using Spirit Light Weapon. Good. Actually, kind of be curious to know how much Chilling Wisps take from the fire magic. Whiteout can be extremely lethal, so I just want to make sure I'm talking to Frigard over here. And activating this Resurrection Shrine. Fellow hunters, friends, and future legends. Yes, a legendary oaf by the name of Gareth. I've heard this one before.
Who sent you?
Let us celebrate this night, for soon we depart for battle and glory. Or an honorable, possibly horrible death. We'll worry about that when we actually go do Kinslayer, but... Hooray! Roth, make yourself useful. Play us a song. What would you like to hear? The Ballad of Hammertoe. Metal Knights of the Apocalypse. My husband left me for a bone minion. That's the name of the song, you idiots. Yeah, of course. Pass me some ale. I think there's some emotes we're missing. So, what really happened to your husband, Kita? Frostmaw the Kinslayer ate him. Oh, that's right. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Ether Renewal did some good work there. Rigid Armor makes you immune to burning, which is extremely useful in certain endgame areas. Which is why I wanted to pick it up. Okay, now I just need to go cement my legacy and best the Fragment of Antiquities and the Sepulchre of Dragramar. So let's go back down to Sifhalla. We will head over that way. But first, before I head over towards that dungeon, I do want to talk to Undruth Blastrock. Because I believe him to be rather interested in this,
You need me.
this reward. So, you put out Flame Whip's fire, eh? If you were 2 feet shorter, I'd kiss ya. Budger will be especially thrilled. He's got a long, unpleasant history with crack. We'll be celebrating tonight. Good old Don't Trip. I feel like this skill was designed to counter Giant Stomp. It's very nice. In some of those areas.
Hail, human.
Okay, let's clear some of this stuff out. I'm going to deposit some materials, which is the only reason I'm using my Shinlai right now. Some stuff I am, like, capped out on, but Anything that I can drop away in order to free up some inventory space is good to do. Okay. Yeah, this Dark Scimitar is just best being sold to the merchants. Rec 13 swordsmanship is pretty high.
Why are you here?
Alright. So then, time to go do... Best the Fragment of Antiquities and the Sepulchre of Dragramar. I'll do the whole dungeon as well. I think this is a good dungeon to go ahead and do. There's the lights flickering again. Don't know what's up with that. Prefer they didn't. Oh, I need to change that skill on my bar. Whoops. 1 second. Don't need frigid armor hanging around out over there, you know what I mean? Ooh, what do I get now? That's a good question. I can bring on Meteor. Meteor could be good. Firestorm could be nice. Fireball? Pain Inverter could be good. Actually, with number of Elementalist bosses, I think I want Pain Inverter. I think the rest of this bar is fine. Jordan Cliffjumper. What say you?
Why are you here?
Just been running around.
Why are you here?
Never stop fighting, not even when they come for your cold, dead corpse, eh, adventurer? I think I can kill more of these creatures than you can. I'll take that bet. I guess. I mean, I'm not going to kill that many, but I'm going to kill more than you because you're going to just stand here not killing anything. Seems pretty safe bet to me. I think, anyway. Can you get mastery wands and offhands? I know you can get mastery offhands. That guy was not a very good pain inverter target. Didn't really trigger it much. And I brought it here for elementalists anyway, not for warriors. But I kind of figured I might use it. Okay, that's enough degen. Where do you think you're going, Blood Curdler? Ooh. Not doing much, are you? Those guys definitely have some armor against fire. But a lot of the stuff in the dungeon that we're going to will not. So. That'll be all well and good. Sage Bolnar. Sonya the Crimson is definitely a reference to Red Sonja. What's up, Sage Bolnar?
There is much to do.
I'd rather dig into a good book than cold dirt. If you take me meaning, friend, the only aid I can lend in finding the Anvil of Dragramar is through our stories and the knowledge I've acquired of this place. Well, what can you tell me about the Anvil of Dragramar? Now, legends tell of an anvil of great power called the Anvil of Dragramar. Some say it was used by the great dwarf himself. Upon its face, he forged weapons with the strength of our people and shields as unbreakable as our collective will. There's no doubt the Anvil of Dragramar exists, but whether it truly belonged to the Great Dwarf, that mystery may never be uncovered. But I do believe we are now close to reclaiming it. And who knows? Perhaps the answer to this mystery will finally be found as well. The times grow dark, friend. It doesn't take a scholar to see that.
And even I will rest easier knowing this power is back in our hands.
You seek the dwarf.
What defenses might we face in the sepulchre? Aye, there's the rub. The nub of the matter, you might say. Of defenses, this place has many. I've seen some, at least as far in as Remlock led us. You will find gates within, all sealed and named for the virtues our people received from the great dwarf. Strength, kinship, and unity. What I can tell, the way forward will only open to those who walk the path of the virtues. I've seen devices that open the gates. They are branded the same. When I used one, I heard gates before me opening and the distant sounds of others closing. The way forward must lie in finding the correct path to walk through the virtues. Well, can you tell me about something else?
You seek the dwarves.
What are the creatures that lurk within? Oh my! Frightful creatures await you inside, manifested of ice and forgotten memories. Not the sort of thing I care for, you know. One story even tells of a guardian known as the Remnant of Antiquities, awaiting within the anvil chamber. It is said the creature was shaped and brought to life by the great dwarf himself to guard the anvil until such time that our people would once again need its power. The tales also tell of one who would prove worthy of claiming it. I can only wonder at what terror could stand, watching and waiting for ages innumerable down in the dark. The thought makes my spine tingle. That place is its domain, friend. I could imagine the air itself turning against you. Best step lightly.
There is much to do.
Well, what do you say, Outrunner Remlock?
Much to do.
You've got the look of one who understands dwarves. Yes, I think you'd be more suitable. Listen to my tale. After many years of searching, I have tracked down an artifact of great importance to the dwarven people, the Anvil of Dragramar. Some say the great dwarf himself stood at this anvil forging great and powerful weapons, much as he forged our people. Alas, time clouds the stories, and the anvil's resting place was lost. But we know it lies in wait for the time when our people will need it once again. We believe that time is nigh, and my research has led me here. I tried to explore the depths of the sepulchre, but the traps befuddled me. At heart, I'm a fighter, not a thinker. I need someone with the wit to navigate the traps, and the strength to brave the terrors below to escort me to the anvil. If you have a will to help, the dwarven people would be eternally indebted to you. Well, I'll forge ahead. The Anvil of Dragramar. Sonya the Crimson.
Who sent you?
Give you a taste of my fire.
Never anger.
4 kills. She is not impressed. Okay, well, let's go into the Sepulchre of Dragramar. Didn't realize there's supposed to be an order in which he did these. I just kind of avoided on them, and it's just worked out. Okay, first things first. There's a Pathfinder Mia. Here's the Beacon of Draknor. I would like my bounty, please. Thank you. Soul Barbs. These guys have a little bit of additional armor against fire, but not a lot. What's your story, Pathfinder Mia?
Report in.
Captain Langmar sent out several of us to gather rare supplies. You know the drill. Bring me 5 piles of elemental dust, and I'll give you one of these. Dungeon map, a sturdy recurve bow. 15 over 50 recurve is nice. Plus 30 HP shields. 15 over 50 Briarwood scythe. That's kind of a fun skin. One of the things that I have really been appreciating about this, and I've said it before, but I'll say it again, is just that there's some variety in the skins that collectors offer, which I think is really cool. This is actually a scythe that I wouldn't mind picking up, potentially, for someone at some point. This is while hexed stuff. I do think plus 60 HP while hexed is a somewhat more useful mod than I tend to give it credit for. Same with like plus 60 HP and minus 3 damage while hexed that you might find on a shield, for example. It just gives you a sudden burst of durability when you kind of need it. The thing is, hexes don't tend to come off you as quickly as I usually think of them as going off, so... I don't know what Drider's Feast does. Ooh, Corrupt Enchantment is kind of not something I like seeing.
These riders are not like super prevalent in the dungeon though. A scrap of parchment. This place is a labyrinth. If you dare venture in, find me first, and I will reward you. Ramlock, Outrunner to Drakkar Lake. Well, I see a jovial Pete over here, along with the corpse of an unsuccessful novice. Ooh, and an area map, which I find particularly desirable. The Renewal is one of those elites that I think I've just straight up underestimated. Just because it doesn't have 100% uptime. Oh, Jovial Pete is the corpse of the unsuccessful novice. I found a worm. Well, the good news is the frost worm didn't go very far. Alright, whatever. That'll work. Pete. The corpse of Jovial Pete lies before you. His stiff fingers clutch a worn note that reads, "Hail, traveler. I'd get up and shake your hand, but I'm dead tired. Oh, I kill me. Actually, they killed me. Which brings me to my next point. I want them dead. That's right, destroyed, dismembered, decomposing, and discombobulated. Dead! Kill those blasted driders that did this to me. Bring me 5 drider webs, and you can have 1 item from my stash. I might be dead, but I swear I'll haunt you if you try to make off with more than what's owed, you measly indecipherable." Dungeon map. Okay, so this guy also offers like the same brand of stuff that the other person did, but this stuff is some enchanted stuff. Interesting that they don't have they didn't have the plus 20% damage while hexed mod going on in this stuff, but I'm just as happy not to. Area map obtained, that's useful. So we have the Gates of Kinship. Okay. I want to go up to that proof of kinship and then... Yeah. I need to, anything you can do, I can do better. I need to go over that corner anyway, so I do want to generally make my way in that direction. Icy Stalagmites can't run out of area of effect spells because they are stationary. They're also rangers, so they actually, I think, have surprising armor against my damage. Yeah. It's taking like 8 damage from it. Friggin' Whirling Wisps. Yeah, I took resisted damage as well. Interesting. Equinox, I think, increases... Yeah. I need to be careful with Incendiary Bonds with the Equinox around, because it makes me get way more overcast. Which is, of course, rather dangerous. Interesting. Stuff in here is taking a lot less damage. My goods. These are shattered elementals. Interesting. Why is there so much anti-elementalist hate anyway? Like, Equinox exists as, like, elementalist hate. I don't know. It's just... It feels like there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of designed to hate on elementalists for some reason. Armor in general... To some extent, the mantra is of individual elements as well as mantra of elements. It just feels like there's a lot of stuff in the game. Oh, these guys have Armor of Mist. That's why they're taking reduced damage. Armor of Mist gives you plus 40 armor. I found a skill that really likes Quickening Zephyr, by the way. Ether Renewal. Ether Renewal really likes Quickening Zephyr. Yeah. Because having half time on that, with the amount of energy that you get from it, like, it does not care that you're spending so much additional energy. Yeah, that Armor of Mist goes up, my damage goes down. I mean, I want this thing dead, I just can't target it with my spells, so... Oh, this is part of it too. They're using winter, and they have a lot of armor against cold damage. Yeah, that's what's part of what's doing it. Because the Spirit of Winter is absolutely wrecking things for me as well. Man, these icy stalagmites are giving me a lot of trouble. Just messing with everything. Okay, this does go around. Man, I need to remember if I'm an elementalist and I'm going to an area where I expect Quickening Zephyr, to make sure I just, you know, casually bring along Ether Renewal as my elite, because my goodness, it's a really good response. Come on. Come on, Trap. Come on, Trap. Okay. There it goes. Wait, that did not want to stop. Friggin' Vow of Silence. Getting some damage in, but... That winter is doing so much damage to my damage. It's mitigating my damage a lot because everything has so much armor against what I'm doing. I have another one of those. Eventually need to get everyone up, but like we can't get them up in the middle of a frost trap. This doesn't work. Okay, are we done being dead on the floor, please? Okay, I want to go through the doorway over there. Oh, and they're also using frozen soil, of course. That also may be causing me some number of problems. That's a lot of whirling wisps over there. I'm not thrilled by that. Hopefully there won't be too much more winter going on. Just mucking up everything. Ah. Well, never mind that. Apparently there is. A passage has opened. I take a lot more damage when they don't have winter up, eh? Getting a good smattering of elemental dust in here. Yeah, 3 pieces already. Oh yeah, 119 damage. Yeah, that's reasonable. Based on their base armor. My goodness. What annoying enemies to fight. And then Vow of Silence spam and... Oh good, that one got interrupted. They're not especially durable per se, but... A golden machete. Appropriate that's rare. So it can actually be gold. Proof of kinship time. Hey, morale boost. That's nice. Golden machete. Rec 13 is not great. Ooh, that's a max sundering on a sword. I don't really care for sundering personally, but I know there are people who like it, so... Yeah, 60 is not a bad decrease. There's definitely a lot more damage that's getting off of cold, let me tell you. I need to go over this way, get this proof of duty. See how these shattered elementals like my fire magic when they don't have winter to protect them? Not at all. That's kind of what I thought. This one has defenses up. Armor of Mist. Good to stretch every now and then, you know? Oh, boy. Fragment of Antiquities right here is the boss that I need to kill for my... current thing. There we go. That should take care of that business. Okay. Oh, there's a huge quantity of shattered elementals over there. Let's do something about that, shall we? I'm better off just wanting this thing. Okay, now I've successfully done anything anything you can do. So that's good. Now I just need this locked chest opened. I lost that lockpick too. More's the pity. 2020? No, but it's worth 439 gold, which is nice, I guess. I actually kind of want to hang on to these piles of elemental dust because some of those collector weapons that you can get right at the beginning are of interest to me. A passage is opened, like this one right here that you can see in front of you. Some earthbound ooze. Oh, those guys actually took... Yeah, these guys are weak to fire? Interesting. Or at least that guy took additional damage from fire. Not what I would have expected. Yeah, that took 141 damage from Rodgorse. Rodgorse isn't rated that high. Oh, yeah, I know what's going on. That's my +1. Yeah, of course. Because my flares are doing normal damage. For the most part. Okay, let's hit this proof. A morale boost, and now we can make our way back up and around. There will be more spawns. They do spawn stuff here. So that way, on our way back over to this side, we do have stuff to fight, because we need to get down there. To the Sepulchre of Dragomar Floor 2. So it does pop up a couple of additional Shattered Elementals. Hurry Space is doing fine. I don't think I'm going to buy any lockpicks, but if I get any, I'll be happy to use them. Let's do a little bit of salvaging while we're making our way down here. All for some iron ingots. I expect that battle axe to salvage to wood, though, so... I don't need more wood. As you can see, I have a decent amount on this character just floating around, and I've got like a full sheet line of it, so... Yeah. I think I might want to hang on to this just because I don't know what the interest in it might be. It's got what? And I have the power in it? I really wish that was an enchanting plus 20%. I don't really care about warding. Oh well, it is what it is. Another whirling wisp. Okay, good. Hey, more whirling wisps. Oh man, good None Shall Pass there. I really like None Shall Pass. I think it's a great skill. Or at least a fun skill. Great's maybe a bit strong. There's a regen device over there. Maybe I wanted to fight that. Oh, for now, I want to just load those guys up with fire damage. Ow. Ooh. Well then. I do want to take out that regen device. Yeah, additional 150 reputation points for taking that guy out. That's with the dwarves, to be clear. Happy to have that timing work out nicely. Ether Renewal just it gives you so much while it's on. It's so strong while it's on. It's like, it actually has like a 2/3 uptime, which is perfectly acceptable. Or sometimes more, which is nice when it happens. Ice Imps. Now they use Frigid Armor, which prevents them from burning, so... Granted, Radgorse is still pretty good against them, but... That guy's running off weirdly. In circles. For some reason. Okay, well that problem's taken care of, such as it is. Another Regent of Ice, which is nice to take out. For some more points. Go ahead and go give that boss a Pain Inverter, shall we? There we go. Excellent. I wish there was a Beacon of Draknar here that I could talk to get some more points, but whatever. Unfortunately, those things reset once you walk through the zone transition, so it is what it is. Hello, Beacon of Draknar. Yeah, this is the floor with the boss on it. The Remnant of Antiquities. Bloodtaint Drider. Yeah, let's just not care about your degen. I wish there was a boss one of these with Feast of Corruption. Feast of Corruption is an elite, is really obnoxious to try to capture. It is... It does not... There's basically, like, very few actual bosses that have Feast of Corruption that you can capture off of. There are, like, a couple bosses at the end of dungeons where you... or, like, at the end of missions where you defeat them and immediately it just ends. Which is, of course, not conducive to actually capturing anything. And then there's some unreliable worm spawns, and like that's it. It's just like, really? Not a better place to get this? But nope, there isn't. Well, Pain Inverter did its job. Oh, these are frozen elementals too, not shattered elementals. So they have slightly different bars. That's good to note. Or you not get Maelstrom off. Well, Maelstrom killed that thing. Or Pain Inverter killed it from Maelstrom. But you know what I mean. Highly effective. Yes, highly effective indeed. Man, frozen. Ooh, a bottom left map piece. Well, now. That's just going swimmingly. I just need one more map piece. I need the bottom right map piece. Fascinating. I wonder if taking these guys out will get my enemy slain count up high enough. Nope. That's alright. Yeah. Alright. There's a debuff that'll... Yeah, this right here. Condensation in the air freezes into glittering shards. While in this area, you move 33% slower. Also, that effect will go off. Diamond Shard Grave. Frozen condensation coalesces into spikes of ice, dealing 140 damage and causing bleeding for 10 seconds. It's nasty. Okay, and these are shattered elementals, not frozen elementals. They're very similar, but not technically the same. Also, this boss hurts like crazy. I would like to clear out his accompaniment. However... this boss will not regenerate HP, so even though we may end up wiping here, it should be fine. Because the Resurrection Shrine is right next by. It's right there, so we're not far from it. Whatever we can do to kind of spread out will help, though. Yeah, there goes my party taking a bunch of hits from that, which is not great. Fortunately, Zoe has been dropping broadhead arrows on the Remnant, which is, again, it's not fixing everything, but it's helping. Yeah. This will give me a period in which I can fight this thing appropriately. I doubt I'm soloing this thing, but whatever. We will do what we can, eh? Oh, there I go. And that's fine. We actually got like over half of its HP gone, which is pretty solid. I'd definitely like to have Livia there to drain its HP. I want to tell Livia to defend herself, though. Because she needs that Prost Spirit, as far as I'm concerned. There. Here, have a pain inverter. Having just more people around to wand will also help a good bit. Ow. Well, I just absorbed a bunch of pain and suffering. Ether renewal, you do your thing. Give me all of my energy back instantly. Whew. Put a bunch of monk defensive enchantments on me and watch them go. There we go. Got it. And I got 1,500 dwarf reputation points for doing so. Let's see what I actually get from this chest. So here, this right here is the Anvil of Dragramar. A bit big for dwarf to use, but, you know, they can manage, I'm sure. Crimson Claw Scepter. Hey, Remlock. It's true then. The anvil exists. I dared not hope, but this is great work you've done, friend. As I meditate here, I may learn to be a better smith, to be able to help my people in their coming travails. And take this as a sign of the gratitude owed ye by the entire dwarven nation, friend. 5,000 experience and 1.25 platinum. Hooray! I've come seeking the past. Within yesterday's shadows, we may find that which leads us into the light of a new day. I feel like dungeon chests, for the amount of time you invest in them, can be a little bit, like, unrewarding. We'll see what mods are on this, though. A max to the pain. I don't like the to the pain mod, because minus 10 armor while attacking is not very good. But here we are. Okay, let's go turn this in. I don't need to sit here waiting for the timer. The timer will just take you to the dungeon entrance, which can be useful if you need to turn in quests and stuff there, but it's not important here. Hey,
Why
Sif.
are you here?
Perhaps I misjudged you, human. Despite the odds, you've prevailed. But there is one more thing you must do. Seek me when you are ready to take the final step. I can hear your tune already. I don't know why this one is just like, oh, we front-loaded all the skills, and now it's like, okay, here's 1,000 gold and such. But, you know. Are you ready to tackle a worthy quest, Rex Templaris? In the highest icy reaches live the glacial griffins. They are deadly, and prey mostly on wolves, bears, and other large game. I have spread wolf carcasses around the village to attract one of these beasts. Your task is simple. Single-handedly slay a glacial griffin. Only then will your deeds be worthy of song. Only then will your fame rise to the level of a true Norn. I'll put that beast on ice. Okay, this one can be quite difficult. So obviously I can't have my party for it either. I'm just trying to decide if I want to continue continue the main story with my party as is right now. Probably, right? Rather than having to worry about recomposing it. That seems reasonable. Oh yeah, I need to look at the henchman layout here.
Are you hunting something?
Yeah, let's just sell a few things off first, though. I don't care about max to the pain. And this doesn't even have a max quickening on it, so yeah, I'll show you the value. We have Lowshot, Eve, and Herta hanging out over here. Talon Silverwing is just watching Menlo and Sin with whatever their interactions are. Looks like they're just having a chat. That's kind of fun. And then Devona, Lena are hanging out here with Aiden and Zoe, who are always together. Just chilling with each other. It's fun. Alright, guess I will stick with this bar for now. I'm actually fairly happy with it. Sif Shadowhunter.
Never anger a
Let's do
Norn.
tracking the Norn Bear. I am Sif, great hunter of the north, slayer of 10 dozen wolves, 3 bear, and 1 vicious rabbit. 10 dozen wolves would be 120 wolves, 3 bear. Is the score like 24? I don't remember. So that's like 72 bears. Tracking the Norn Bear. I heard you were looking for me. You're the ones hunting the Norn Bear, no? Consider yourselves lucky to still be alive. Its lair is nearby. The beast has raided my stead many times of late. Make yourself useful and help me put an end to this menace. It's only a matter of time before it attacks again. Well, that sounds good to me. Attack of the Norn Bear. So, what we're about to experience here is something that we would generally encounter, like, journeying through zone transitions, like this one right here into Gunnar's Hold. The fact that I took this, like, started this section with Ogden so late, because I did the other two branches first, means, and I didn't talk to Ogden at all because of the stuff that I'm doing in still playthrough, means that I didn't actually get those random encounters. Or not random, but those scripted encounters with the Norn Bear. Sif Shouter says, the Norn Bear approaches, slayed in its tracks. It just does a thing, and all those Norn guards apparently are completely worthless and just keel over dead. And then it goes allied. Turn and face your judgment, abomination. Hello, Jorah. Use the Spirit World Retreat to get out of here. It's gone. We must track it quickly. It's about time you showed your face, Jorah. I like the wisps of gray in Sif's hair. I've been hunting him all this time. Hunting is not trapping. It is time you accepted help. Let us appeal to the wolf spirit, find this menace, and put an end to it. I know what must be done. What is this creature, Jorah? Cutscene time. Jorah's curse.
What is this creature, Jorah? You seem to know a lot about it.
I know all too much, I'm afraid. My brother and I were both hunters. One day we chased our prey across Drakkar Lake, a place our people normally shun. We found something there.
Do you feel it, Jorah? Something in the air.
All I feel is a chill harsher than any blizzard.
Yes, it is cold, but it also feels ancient, old and powerful.
This place is cursed, Svanir. Let us leave it.
No, a simple spell should reveal the nature of the power.
I do not know what we contacted that day, but its energies nearly consumed us. I resisted the power and was cursed by it. I cannot embrace the wild. I can no longer become the bear. My brother seized the power and went mad. He was transformed. He became the creature you fought. My brother now raids the Norn settlements. He avoids me, though I pursue him. I communed with the bear's spirit. She wishes you to aid me.
You want us to help find your brother?
No, I want you to help me kill him.
Aha! And thus begins a whole faction in Guild Wars 2. Okay, Sif. Looks like we need to talk about this.
Never anger a Norn.
You have proven yourselves capable. The time draws near when you must help Jorah end this threat. To track the Norn Bear, you must first invoke the wolf spirit. Speak to me again when you are ready to proceed. Well, I am ready to face the Norn Bear. Are you ready to fight the Norn Bear? Yes. Yes, I am. Hello, Sif.
Why are you here?
Hello, Jorah.
Yeah, hey there.
Just generic dialogue. Join Jorah and Sif. Get the Wolfen blessing from the Shrine of the Wolf Spirit. Bunch of Mandragore over there. We can activate this Resurrection Shrine, which is convenient. I don't think I'm going to need it, but...
The Norn bear strikes hard and then vanishes. To catch him, we must invoke the power of the wolf spirit. Travel with me to the shrine of the wolf spirit and receive wolf's blessing. Man, these Mandragora insist you get covered in every condition in the game. Yeah, it does deal damage to him. Fun. Get rod quartzed. Whew. That did a bunch of triggers. Yeah, give me that Jotun pelt. Alright, so this one requires us to go to a couple different locations. You don't technically need Wolfen Blessing for this. We'll explain, I guess, when I actually get there. I'm just clearing out some Jotun at the moment, I suppose. What I'm doing. Well, that guy must have just used Yeti Smash. That was a mistake. I don't need either Eno right now. Actually, I should save it until I do. Okay. One canceled Rodgor's invocation later. Problem solved. You can see Sif, by the way, has become the bear, as I say. Now we just need to go up here to the Shrine of the Wolf Spirits. It's our current destination. Have some Arctic wolves and stone wolves and stuff that have gone aggro. They don't like this Jotun Skull Smasher. Invoke the Wolfen Blessing to receive the abilities of the Wolf Spirit. I think that can be arranged. I don't like all these savage slashes, though. Wolf is pleased. The Shrine of the Wolf Spirit imbues you with its aura. The magic does not provide the physical prowess we receive from the Bear Spirit, but it will help in this hunt. Invoke the power, and then follow your nose. So, you don't have to pick this up. If you know the locations where the Norn Bear will appear, Svanir the Norn Bear, you do not need to pick up this blessing. This skill is a temporary skill that we get for this mission. We take on the aspect of the wolf, your energy returns to maximum, and you have -2 energy degeneration. You have plus 90 maximum health, plus 3 health regeneration, and wolf attacks replace your skills. You gain energy every time you take or deal damage, and it ends when your energy drops to 0. So, when we use it, now obviously as an elementalist, it will last us a very long time, since I have, elementalist levels of energy. The Bloodlust skill will, while the skill is active, you can detect the presence of Svanir. So it triggered over there, so we just need to go over that way. Again, if you know that already, you don't need to make use of this skill, but here it is. We also have a Wolfen Claw. You deal 55 damage, and target touched foe suffers from a deep wound for 4 seconds. This one, for 18 seconds, your Wolfen skills recharge 66% faster. So that obviously is beneficial. And you run 30% faster for 18 seconds and deal 90 damage to adjacent targets while the skill is active. It ends when you deal damage. So basically when you run up next to an enemy, it ends. Oh, and this one also, for 6 seconds, you and all nearby allies attack 33% faster. And then while it's active, you can detect the presence of Svanir.
It's somewhat powerful. We'll talk more about these skills later. I'm not particularly fond of them because they're all uniform. It's the same problem I have with the worms, of like, they were cool the first dozen times, but once you kind of get to a certain point, it's like, I kind of would rather just stick to my skills. So yeah, it kind of is what it is, I suppose. And this is actually kind of why I dislike the Norn branch, because you have... I've come for you. Show yourself, brother, says Jorah. You have Wolf, Raven, and Bear blessings. And I just don't particularly enjoy the skills. Sounds Vanir's Trail. Just use the retreat. So the next location is over here. And then it'll be down there. So I'm actually going to end this because I don't like Wolf and Blessing. I don't like being in the mode. I don't like the downsides of it. The downsides being that I cannot use the rest of my skill bar, which, in my opinion, is more powerful than what Wolf and Blessing gives me. I don't like replacement skill bar skills like that. Very much. Because they're set and boring. All right. Face your fate, Svanir. Your treacherous blood must flow to cleanse our family. The thing is, like, flare spam is pretty strong here. Okay, pursue Svanir, don't let him escape. Now, again, if you don't know where he is, you'll need to use the skill to suss him out. But if you know where he is, then you don't need to do that, and you can just go to where he is. Because I've done this before, that's what I'm choosing that option. Yeah. And this Mindbreaker is insisting on trying to hex us with as many hexes as it can think of. I actually want to get rid of this Mindbreaker. My goodness, the Yeti smashes are being really annoying here. There's another Mindbreaker out there too. Let's solve my energy problem. Very easy to solve my energy problem with getting Ether Renewal up. Very weirdly difficult at times to get Ether Renewal up. Thank you, Olivia. I do appreciate you keeping Zandra going like that. Well, we have a corpse of a Norn commoner over here. And here's Svanir, the Norn bear. Who doesn't seem to want to fight us. There he goes. He has his own, like, set of skills. I don't really know what they all are, though. It comes to this, brother. I have no choice. Swallow your pathetic excuses and your pity, sister. Your weakness will be your downfall. Forgive me, brother. This is for the best. The Norn bear.
Stand aside. I must finish this.
Jorah, he's defeated.
He is my brother. He is my responsibility.
Jorah, you have my sympathy.
This was the only way it could end. The curse is lifted. For both me and Svanir, I think. You have helped me. I shall help you.
Good. We need to unite the other Norn to fight the destroyers.
I fear my words will carry little weight. I have my brother's blood on my hands.
If you can't influence the Norn, then who can?
Olaf, the sevenfold son of Olaf, is esteemed by many. As for me, I must seek Egil, who tells tales by the flame, to fully redeem my family's name.
Olaf it is, then. I need to talk to a Norn leader.
Norn do not have leaders, dwarf. Only heroes.
Jorah, we can aid you and seek out allies. Let us help you with your burdens.
You have the spirit of a Norn, human. I am proud to call you friend.
All right. So a couple of important things happen here. Obviously, we completed the mission. But something else that happens that's really hard to notice is we just unlocked Jorah as a hero. So, given that we didn't get to see that dialogue, what does it actually say? Jorah is straightforward, bold, and reckless, the epitome of a Norn warrior. She lives her life by the old Norn adage, fight till you fall, then get up and drink till you fall again. All right. That's yeah, the description for her. Okay, so that adds a new hero to my roster. So let's make sure I've got some skills added for her, shall I? Skills for Jorah. Add 1. Eviscerate. So let's see, what new stuff did I get? Oh, well, cleave and eviscerate. Flourish, body blow is really good. Thrill of victory is good. Deadly riposte can be quite useful. I'll do some stuff with Jorah soon, but I want to fight a certain glacial griffin first. Let's make sure I save my league. Okay, goodbye party. I have known you well. Albeit briefly. Okay, what I actually want to do first here, just for my first attempt, is I want to try the same bar that I beat the one tournament with. I don't know that it's going to work. Yeah, this bar. Like I said, I don't know that this is going to work, but I want to give it a shot just to see how it goes. This can be rather difficult, so...
Who sent you?
Cold as ice. Yes, I am ready to fight the Glacial Griffin. Or at least give it an attempt to it, eh? Yeah, so this thing summons spirits. And I mean, I'm gonna try fighting it. I kind of want to get out of range of its spirits because they hurt like crazy. Hey, what do you know? This bar got there. This thing can be surprisingly tricky, but it turns out being able to summon a Naga Shaman to distract all the spirits is really useful. So that's exciting. Happy about that. Yeah, that's the proper response, right? This bar is actually surprisingly deadly for dueling. Hey, Sif, I won. Handily. I'd say, anyway.
Never anger a Norn.
What a welcome sight! I didn't expect you to return, Rex Templars. At least, not in one piece. Slaying the Glacial Griffin is a deed worthy of many songs, starting with this one. Hail, hail, witness the skill, body parts strewn, fresh from the kill. Rex Templars, you are second to none, may our legend ring true, from dusk till sun. Catchy, eh? Well, it's a work in progress. Excellent. I Am Unstoppable is very useful because it prevents you from being knocked down or crippled, which has many uses. Is there a thing here for the Glacial Griffin? I don't see one. Okay, perfect salvage kits are always useful. I'm going to stick that one over there.
Who goes there?
Northern allies. What do you want to know, human? Where can I find Olaf Olafsson? Olaf Olafsson can be found south of here in Olafstead.
Never anger a Norn.
And what about Egil Fireteller? Egil Fireteller lives in the middle of Jaga Moraine, northeast of here. So now I need to do these two. I think first, however, I need to reconstitute a party. I like having Olivia around. I'm going to bring Jorah because we got Jorah, and I feel like it's appropriate to bring her for these parts. And Gwen's just too useful to not bring. Okay. Means I need these two, and I do like having Devona around. Let's see. Jorah needs a bar and some runes. Is there a rune trader here? I'm not sure what skills I have that I'll be giving her, so I'm just pulling off her bar for now. There is a rune trader, yes. That's right. I've gone to them many a time to sell runes. Skur. I still don't know what Judah is talking about or who they're for. Feels very random. I just need one more map piece too. I wonder if I'll get it here. Okay, Jorah right now is wielding a sword, which is fine. Sword and tactics orientation, actually. Let's go ahead and swap to giving her some sort of bar. Now, I kind of favor giving her Axe Mastery just because I've got some good Axe Mastery, but that would mean acquiring for her an axe, and this is not great. Maybe I'll stick with this. Let's see. I can give her Thrill of Victory. Riposte. What elites do I have here? I have Skullcrack. Interesting. Do I have... I don't have the other signet. That would be useful if I did. What I'm wondering is Symbolic Strike, if anybody was wondering why I'm looking at signets. Okay, well, I'm not gonna... I don't think I'm gonna try working with Symbolic Strike right now. Yeah, I don't have any swordsmanship elites for her either to make use of. Knee Cutter is pretty sweet with a cold weapon and Grunt's Grasp, but I don't think I have Grunt's Grasp. No. And that's fine. I went... Let's see. How's it knockdown if you hit? Yeah, I don't feel like this is a skill I want to give heroes. I don't feel like they're going to use it super well. They seem too likely to cancel it early with attack skills. So. Gladiator's defense is an option. What if I just go Battle Rage and I kind of ignore that? Let's see. Battle Rage. I like having a riposte sitting on there. I think that's kind of neat. Oh, I can slot on 4 Great Justice. Res Sig. Although, if I'm going mostly this stuff, maybe going /monk for Restore Life is a better idea. I like having hard reses available. I've got like 3 copies of Restore Life, so I'm cool to bring it. Where's Healing Prayers? Yeah, there. And then maybe I want to make sure I have cracked armor going on. I'll have to think about this. See, I have Sun and Moon, Silverwing and Standing. And do I have... Probably don't have Lion's Comfort. Because Lion's Comfort is a Nightfall skill, so... Yeah, this guy doesn't have any Nightfall skills, so yeah, that wouldn't be here. No crippled, so Knee Cutter's no good. I can just throw in Galrath Slash. That's not bad. Where's Galrath? There it is. I don't know. This is some sort of bar. Be interesting anyway. I think I want a little bit more strength. I'll throw a couple points in Healing Prayers. There's some runes. I kind of favor a tactics, like a tactics rune focus for her. I know she's not heavily invested in tactics, but I feel like, I don't know. Let's go with what I want here.
Are you hunting something?
They don't necessarily, yeah, let's go like, let's just give her a good old tactics rune. And superior absorption. Superior tactics. Superior absorption. Minor swordsmanship, minor strength. Swordsmanship. Strength. And I'll give her a minor axe mastery for if I feel like swapping to that. I also want to give her a stone fist. I think Stonefist is good to make sure she's got around. And some knights. I just want to increase her tankiness, so Knight's Insignia will help with that. There we go. Cool. Now she's set up. Do I have armor on you? Yeah, she's got survivors. That's cool. She has undertakers. Nice. Okay. Now Jorah's all set up and ready to really riposte some dudes. Gain double adrenaline from attacks, and it ends if you use any non-adrenal skills. So these are all adrenal skills. Yeah. Okay. This should be pretty solid. Okay, so I want to do Blood Washes Blood first, which actually makes me want to go back into Fire Magic for non-specified reasons. Actually, I want to check something. Let's see. Ooh, okay. I definitely want 2 Signets of Capture here, so I don't get very many PvE only skills. Drop that. That. Actually, I'm gonna drop that because I think. Do I want sniper support? I kind of want sniper support. Okay, whatever. I get 2 Signets of Capture. Then I kind of want sniper support. For reasons that'll become apparent. Actually, I'm going to stick it there. Do I just want to dual attune? Kinda do. Let's just dual attune. Rod Gorts. And oh, they're gonna make me take that. Okay. Frigging whatever. One of these skill slots is effectively gonna get replaced anyway. Let's just slot on Meteor Shower and boy, I'm using Rod Gorts and what? Flare? That's not terrible. Long term. Okay, let's just do this. I don't know. This bar looks terrible, but I think it'll be okay. Okay. Let's pop my heroes back up. Turn her off of attacking everything and instead just kind of focus on this, and let's go. Jaga Moraine. I believe a moraine is like a... No, wait. I might be thinking of Talus. I don't know. Moraine is a geographical feature.
Never anger a Norn.
Remember, everyone. Never anger a Norn. I still love this view coming up here. It's just so beautiful. Marina did a good job with the aesthetics in Eye of the North, in my opinion. I would have loved to have seen what they could have done if they had been able to, like, rebuild a lot of the graphics engine. Or not to fight all of these bits of wildlife if I can avoid it. There's a lot of it out here. Gunleaf. Okay, we've got aggro. Ooh, got the high hit on that guy. A year later. Yeah, the thing that's annoying about these areas. Get all kinds of patrol aggro. Did I get a quick recharge on my meteor shower? I think I did. I certainly don't object to that. Oh, this guy crossed 1 million experience points at some point. That's exciting. Don't know quite when that was, but it's very exciting. Man, who wants, or who else wants meteor shower casting times like they have in the Prophecies cinematic? Vincent just like drops a meteor shower on somebody. What? Oh, I must have auto attacked instead of casting that. Ooh, a lockpick. Don't mind if I do. That cinematic is really sweet. For anybody who's not seen it, you can find Wooden Potatoes has a higher mastered version on his available somewhere on his YouTube channel. It's pretty sweet. You might be wondering, by the way, why I have 2 signets of capture, and they are for the Elementalist boss that will be in this upcoming mission. I know, these don't quite feel like missions to me. They feel like super quests, not missions, but you know what I mean. That I'll be doing momentarily once I get to the point of activating it. A couple skills I want to capture. It'll be exciting. I just wonder how well these things stack, and does she get some ridiculous things off? Hello, Eagle. Take a knee and listen up. It's story time. Eagle, I would like to hear a story. The Norn do not know gods, at least not in the way humans do, but we do revere the spirits of the animals upon whom we depend for food and shelter. There are many such spirits. Bear is the mightiest, of course, but raven, owl, wolf, worm, and ox all have their place in the world and in our hearts. While we hunt and slay these creatures, we also praise their spirits and thank them for their sacrifice. The animals are our brethren. Their spirits guide us as we live and hunt. There are more hostile, even malicious spirits in the world. Spirits of the mountains, seasons, fire, and darkness. The animal spirits are our allies against these foes, and we thank them for their aid, singing the praises of all beasts as we hunt. This is the Norn way. Well, thank you. Flames of the Bear Spirit. It is good to see that Jorah can once again become the bear. Now, mayhaps, she may regain her status. There is but one obstacle, one mountain she must yet climb. Her clan homestead is overrun with char. No respected Norn would allow the land to be violated by such beasts. If you help Jorah reclaim her lands, only then will she be able to help you. You will all need the strength of Bear herself to defeat the char. We must first commune with the bear spirits and seek counsel. Let us journey to the sacred altar south of here. We will light the spiritual flame. Bear will come if our cause is true. I'll be glad to aid Jorah. Interesting here, their opinion of the char. I feel like it changes later on. The bear spirit is the strength of the mountains. The Norn owe Bear more than just our prowess in battle. We owe our homes and our lives to Bear. You must show your strength of spirits by protecting the sacred flame. Only once the bear spirit has deemed you worthy will she appear. Show your strength, small one, and prove your worth. I will aid you in this ritual. There's a paragon, too, which is interesting.
Never anger a Norn.
Danira?
Why are you here?
Ah, by the bison, it's as cold as a dead man's heart. You'd think I'd be used to the chill, but I must have Elonian blood in me somewhere. I mean, did you learn about Ilona from Kamu? Like, it just feels like a really weird reference for a Norn to mention. Given that I don't recall ever seeing any there, but here we are. I meant for warmer climes. Just look at these toes. They're turning blue. I need some of those worm husks that hold heat like a lava flow. With enough of them, I'll stitch me a pair of boots that'll make a mesmer green with envy. Go, fetch me 5 frozen worm husks, and I'll trade you for this. Some stance gear. Looks like, and what do they do with these? Okay, these are just 30 HP. Interesting assortment of things, too. Inspiration magic, soul reaping, fire magic, smiting prayers, and channeling magic. I wonder how they chose those. There's also these jars of healing salve up here. If you take a jar of healing salve and then you drop it, it breaks. And as you'd expect, it heals you. I'm not going to worry about them, but they're there if you want them. You can carry one around, have as an emergency area of effect heal if you want it. Aistine here is guarding this shrine.
Why are you here?
I really need to be a little bit better about getting him to actually attack.
Why are you here?
He's not impressed with my number of kills thus far, and I don't blame him. Just need to head south from here. You cannot go straight across here, though. There's a big old mountain range in the way. Which can be really annoying sometimes. You have to do this big, like, upside-down U. Sand is better for it. Whatever. You get the idea. This is not mirrored, so, like, figuring out how I should present things to you can all be a little tricky to figure out sometimes. So we're used to working with mirrors, not cameras. Will I be able to get Meteor Shower off? And once I do, will there be any enemies underneath it? Oh, Meteor Shower. It's in my opinion that Meteor Shower, while a very cool spell, needs a buff. Pretty badly. Feels like one of those moments where I need to just kind of chill for a bit and let the AI heal everybody. How are you doing over there, Menlo? Spamming your Orison, I see. Oh, man. Menlo, you're trying. You're trying, bud. I know it. Orison of Healing is just a weak spell. I don't know. Just the simple facts of life, really. Or at least game balance. I feel like Orison of Healing is one of those spells that should probably cost 3 energy, not 5. Something like that. But they don't do weird costs because it does make it a more complicated process. I would be really curious to actually ask about some of the fundamental like balance design decisions of this game, things like that. Of here are specific things like that. The Spectral Vitier can be really annoying. Ooh, another lockpick, though. That's unexpected. Oh, welcome. Wow, these things have so much armor. At least against the damage I'm trying to deal. Did you see that? That 76 piercing damage reduced to like nothing. And this 74 fire damage is reduced to 13. What's going on here? Oh. Snap headshot. That was 756 piercing damage. Dramatically reduced. Let's go talk to Yarn Skeggy. Just to see if he feels like maybe giving me hunt rank up. That would be nice. Where's my...
Never anger a Norn.
Ooh, I'm a gutsy delver. Slayer of Beasts.
Are you hunting
Nah.
something?
20 reputation points. Okay, here's a sacred altar that we need to go to for this actual quest that I'm actually doing. There is the altar. Light the spiritual flame. By the true gods, these nightmare creatures are attracted to the sacred flame. Fend them off, lest they consume the flame. Your spiritual flame must burn with the might of the noon to summon the bear. Weird way of phrasing that, but okay. Might of the noon. Needless to say, you don't want these to actually use Consume Flame. There is the altar. Light the spiritual flame. Yes. Eagle. We're working on that. Hey, that looks pretty lit to me. Well done. The sacred flame burns brightly. Let us kneel and ask for Bear's blessing. Blood washes blood.
I call upon Bear for her blessing. I call upon Bear for her power. I call upon Bear for her strength.
Well, I was doing his voice all wrong.
Stand before Bear and state your plea.
I am Jorah. My brother erred most grievously. I seek to redeem my family's name.
To rebuild your family's name, you must regain your family's homestead. Yet only tragedy may come from a home built with blood-stained hands. Wash clean your sins. Blood washes blood.
Blood washes blood.
Walk in the path of Bear. Receive her gifts.
Walk in the path of Bear.
You know what must be done. Go with the Bear spirit.
I understand. Thank you.
You understand. Could you bring the rest of us up to speed?
Blood washes blood. To restore my family's name, we must retake my family's lands. These lands lie to the east and have been overrun by Char. We must slay them.
Killing Char. Count us in.
I thought as much. We must follow the Bear spirit to her shrine. Then we will confront the invaders. We will restore my family's name. Blood washes blood.
With how independent the Norn are, I find it really interesting that they also have this like family name angle that's going on here. That's like Jorah's... The actions of Jorah's brother shame her name, and she needs to reclaim her family's honor. I just find that really odd, because I feel like the Norn, culturally otherwise, are very much so you need to stand on your own name, not your family's name. So it just feels very, very strange to me, narratively, to have this aspect. It feels very contradictory. Not to say that you can't have contradictory elements like that in a culture, but I think it's really interesting that they're present. It kind of makes me wonder how they ended up with that, and how much any of that stuff like persists in the sequel as well. But anyway, Egil says, "Oh boy,
You know what must be done. Jorah's lands must be purged of the Char. Their kind does not respect the spirit of the land. We must journey up the mountain to the shrine of the bear spirit. It is there that bear shall grant you the power you need to repel the char. Once you are ready, let us journey into Bjora Marches. Blood washes blood. Quest added. Bear spirit. Bear regards you gravely. If you are prepared to cleanse Jorah's homestead of the char taint, then you must lead her into Bjora Marches. The char are as good as dead. I will lead the way. I don't want to deal with the Spectral Vitir. I guess we're dealing with the Spectral Vitir. Hey, got Meteor Shower off before the fight ended. Not that it managed to land a hit, but you know. The small victories. So yes, we are going to be getting the Bear Spirit skill. Totem of Bear, or whatever they call it. Urson Blessing. And I'm going to be replacing Meteor Shower with it if anybody was wondering. But my plan was that way. Hello, Bear Spirit. Well, blood washes blood. The char are formidable, but with Bear's blessing, you will defeat them. I do not need Bear's blessing to defeat the char. Up these mountains, we will find a shrine that holds great power. I need Bear Spirit in order to break some wooden barricades. That's what I need Bear Spirit for. Otherwise, it's... I don't. Ooh, I gained a skill point. How will this shrine help us defeat the char? A most worthy question. Whew. Got my good old one-shot skill off. Hi, excuse me. I have a lot of junk going on here. Okay, look, we've got too many things at once. Arrows go. That guy. The shrine channels Bear's strength into those it deems worthy. It is there, and Bear shall bestow this blessing upon you for the coming fight. Do as Eagle says. He will not lead us astray. Shatter enchantment. What if I don't want my enchantments shattered, huh? What about then? You think about that? I got a fast cast on that meteor shower. And then they walked 3 steps forward and out of the range of it. This is why meteor shower needs to be, like, bigger area of effect, in my opinion. But oh well. There are a few boss char, though, that we'll need to clear up in order to be able to get to where we're trying to go. Well then. Got that guy but good. More Mandragar. I'd really prefer not. Well, the good news is Livia is really good at healing herself when she's covered in conditions with Mend Ailment. Go for a proper restore condition right now, though. There we go.
maybe I can drop a meteor shower on these frozen elementals, and they'll take long enough. Hey, it hit one of them. Ooh. And I got a one-shot on that char, which is good. It'd be fun to try the Stone Striker intensity build at some point. Hey, meteor shower hit the avalanche. Good news for me. Yeah, these guys do not like fire. When flare's hitting for 95 damage, it's pretty good times. It's rated for 74. And here's the boss that I want. Very convenient. Woo! And I got the big hit off on him. The shrine amplifies and focuses Bear's power. Stand your ground while I perform the blessing. I get 2 skills that I want. I've been wanting Breath of Fire. And, getting access to Mind Blast is also quite useful. Let's just move these over here, shall we? Whew. Raise your arms to battle. By the bear, we will show these char our strength. Oh, and I said, hold fast, the char are coming. There's a couple of boss groups that'll be coming around, I suppose. Named after some artists. I just got power blocked. Char Dominator. Feel my fury. Okay. Some more superb char carvings, and we've got a warrior boss over there. Breath of Fire. It's currently rated at 46 damage, which is pretty sweet. Mind Blast doesn't even deal as much damage as Flare. I mean, it's all about the fact that it restores energy, so. Okay, so skill Urson Blessing. Urson Aura, excuse me. This is not Urson Blessing, Urson Aura. You take on the aspect of the bear. Your energy returns maximum. You have -2 energy degeneration. You have +20 armor, +180 maximum health, and bear attacks replace your skills. You gain energy every time you take or deal damage, and ends when your energy drops too low. It is done. The spirit infuses you with Bear's power. Call forth Bear's strength. Unleash the beast within you, and let its fury purge the char from these lands. We will cleanse the land. No char shall escape our wrath. Indeed, you are a special breed, Rex Templars. Never have I heard of an outsider receiving Bear's blessing. Most of them know better. Although, yeah, we'll talk about stuff related to this later, but I'm not particularly fond of these skills, but I need them to bust down these barricades, so it's like, that's just how it goes. How you get inside. Okay, so skills. Urson Strike. You deal 70 damage to target touched foe twice. Urson Rage. Deal 120 physical damage to all adjacent foes. Struck foes are also knocked down. Urson Roar. For 4 seconds, all enemies within earshot are weakened, and all allies deal +13 damage per attack. Which feels a little meh, but is great in multiples.
And then Urson Force for 13 seconds. You move 30% faster and can break through wooden barricades, which is the whole reason why I need this skill, is to break through these wooden barricades. I mean, the 70 damage is not bad, but the 140 damage that deals is pretty ridiculous, really, but... When they say physical, I wonder what type, because there's 3 types of physical damage. There's slashing, piercing, and blunt. Poke. Hello. Blind, you say? What's your blind going to do about my slashing you for a bunch of damages? Nothing, that's what. Alright. So, at this point, what I need to do is I need to push through these enemies. Once I've done that... Oh, is that a Spirit of Restoration? Probably, just to taunt me. Taunt and torment me. Oops, that skill does not force me into melee range. It's like a melee skill, but... Or a PB AoE. PB AoE being short for point blank area of effect, for anybody who's heard the term and didn't know what it meant. Can be quite useful, but do require you to be right next to an enemy, which can be hazardous to your health, to put it mildly. Clear the char from this camp. Leave none standing. Wretched beasts, now you pay for what you have done to my home. It's usually a good idea to maybe get close enough to activate this shrine. This can be kind of deadly in here. In a meteor shower, that's not healthy. Take these guys down. Dominators are particularly important to take down because they have resurrection chance. Which obviously you don't really want the enemy using. Okay, I'm going to swap back to my elementalist self. Because you know what? I have Rodgort's friggin' Invocation. And they have Power Block. Like jerks. I'd prefer to be able to do these engages at range, is really what it kind of comes down to here. Dual-Tune is super redundant with Mind Blast, by the way.
Lomir Snowmender. Let me introduce you to some pyromancy. I mean, it was an emergency button. I pushed my emergency button. It's very possible, by the way, to accidentally get this group bundled in with that boss group and just absolutely get wrecked. So I recommend avoiding doing that. To avoid getting absolutely wrecked. I haven't done these in a while. It's interesting going back in here. I just don't like dealing with the auras, personally.
Now that felt good.
Jorah, now that we've helped...
Hold on a moment, Ogden. Jorah, are you all right?
Yes. Bear is pleased with what we've done this day.
Pleased enough to help us?
I will continue to aid you.
I mean, will the other Norn help?
That is for each of them to decide.
Can't we just rally your people and raise an army to fight the destroyers?
The Norn do not use armies. We fight alone, as true warriors should.
But we helped you.
And I will help you, Dwarf. I will speak to the others. But whether they help or not is their choice, not mine.
It will take forever to raise an army, one Norn at a time.
The Norn do not need armies.
The Great Dwarf saved me.
You know, he is only worried about his people.
I know, but he must understand. Norn are not like dwarves or men. We fight our own battles, our own way.
I think I understand.
And that is why you lead.
Indeed. Indeed. Drops us back off in Gunnar's hold. I feel like it should have dropped us off in Long Eye's Ledge because we were right in here. That we're doing stuff. Where does that take place? Like over here or something? It would have been nice if it dropped us off in Long Eyes, but oh well. I'm going to run an ad break while I clear out my inventory. Because, boy, howdy do I need to. Clear out my inventory, I mean. Ooh, Vitae. Handy. Where's the merchant? Here we are. Myron.
Who sent you?
I sent myself. Okay, that'll clear things up enough that I can salvage the rest. So desire. Should ID this as well. Alright, and that's...
Who sent you?
Okay, oh, I should pick up a new
Are you hunting something?
ID kit while I'm here. Okay, let's see. I also need to go find the rune trader, Gyra, or however that name is pronounced.
Are you hunting something?
I am just double checking that Vitae is worth money. It is. Okay, let's get this out of here. Is Frostbound worth anything? No. Okay, this I will also merchant off then. I have this Vitae rune. Okay, I need to change my bar pretty dramatically. I am getting pretty close to the end of Eye of the North story-wise. You are absolutely correct, Mana Guy. I've got several quests left to do, though. So I think I will see about finishing Northern Allies, and there might be a few additional things that I do. After that, I'll worry about those later. Okay. Let's go talk to Olaf and Olafstead. Actually. I mean, no. First of all, not just you. However, keep in mind that the story, is like a fraction of the content here. I mean, it's always a fraction of the content. Let me reword that. A lot of the content in Eye of the North is in dungeons and some of the more involved side quest chains and stuff. Not in I want to go to air magic here. Not in the main story. So like if you just did the individual story branches and weren't doing side quests and stuff, I think you could power through it pretty quickly. Do I want... Nah, they have hex removal. Glimmering Mark's less than exciting. Maybe I just run Thunderclap here? Or I could run Gust. Gust is not bad. Or I could just dual attune. Well, either way, I'm going to want air attunements. And I'm definitely not going to want fire magic. Yeah, I kind of want... Thunderclap's not a bad idea. I think I want Thunderclap. Thunderclap, Chain Lightning, Arc Lightning, this guy. Do I want Glyph of Lesser and Orb? Or... That's a good question. What other skills do I potentially want here? Actually, maybe I want Imlad? Finish him is pretty good. I could bring out I Am Unstoppable. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, I Am Unstoppable. You know what? Let's just bring Glyph of Elemental Power. And... I mean, Technobabble's an option. Pain Inverter's an option. Doesn't really matter. One of these skills is going to be replaced by a blessing, so that way I can continue, so... Let's just do this and bring... Because Chain Lightning, Thunderclap, Lightning Strike is kind of my main damage sources. Let's just... I don't know. Bring this just for fun. For a short bit here. Yeah. I also will want to make sure I'm swapping over my Delver title, which is pretty high. Actually, let's just go and do that now. It'll mean we're a little bit inappropriately set up for the first part, but I think it'll be okay. But yeah, each branch is actually fairly short. It's a few hours to get through, like, each branch so far, so. Allies? Surely you jest. But since Joris speaks well of you, I will give you a chance. Meet me outside the Shrine of the Raven Spirit, and we will discuss matters further. We will be there, Norn. Vision of the Raven Spirits. Actually, I should drop off this leather square. Thank you. And sell off this other thing that I don't want. This Frostbound Char Garment.
Who goes there?
Alright. Now I should be able to go do the business. He's allowed to talk to other people, Sin. He'll be fine. I don't need this open right now.
For 14 seconds, you move 28% faster, and your spells take 20% less time to cast, which is what that's technically here for. I wish this didn't have a duration. There's no need for it to.
Are you hunting something?
I need to go back up this way, though. I need to go over to there, so... Going back up this way is a more efficient route than whatever other direction I may be going. I'm happy to get +2 to my elemental attributes, so... Zoom! Ready to get ambushed by Vitir? I am. It's another one of those skills that feels like you should be able to keep it up 100% of the time. But it's only like 50s, 60s or something. Feels kind of bad to me when that happens. Alright, whatever. Failed to escape from there quickly enough. There we go. Maybe I should have gone for dual attuning. I don't know. I like having lightning hammer if I'm dual attuning air. Old Rock Cranor.
Who sent you?
I mean, I sent myself. Olaf actually sent me. Now that I think about it.
Are you hunting something?
Technically, yes. Olaf Olafsson and Ulrun Olafsdottir. Ugh. Female characters are so much more convenient here for a quest chain that we'll have. I'll explain it when the time comes, which will probably be next stream. Because we're getting towards the end of stream time. But
Never anger a Norn.
none shall pass. What are you, Gandalf?
Are you hunting something?
Here's a bit of advice. Never interrupt two Norn in discussion. An errant backhand comment might knock you right off your feet. If you are in need of allies, then perhaps the wisdom of Raven can help you. Are you ready to discuss? Why do I get a creepy feeling every time you say discuss? I'm always ready to talk. That's not what you're talking about. Of course, you're talking about a brawl. Get chain lightnings. By Raven's wings! What sort of beasts are these? Oh, they just spawned a couple of destroyers, that's all. This, by the way, is why I'm going air magic. Because you can see how little damage I'm able to do to these things, even with my air magic. And it has friggin' armor penetration built in. Maybe I should have gone air magic so I could obsidian flame these guys, but then I'm gonna, like, overcast lock my bar, because that's the only spell I'll have that deals any damage to these dinged things. Thank you for the bip. Oh. It must be like a lockpick drop time or something. I'm getting a lot of them. Sign of the Raven.
What were those things?
They're called destroyers. They're the threat we have warned you about.
This is the North. Threats are an everyday part of life here.
I'm afraid this is more than just a passing threat.
What do you mean, Vec?
Given their numbers, I think there's an active gate nearby. One that links back to the central transfer chamber.
Which has been captured by the destroyers.
Precisely.
Which means all the Norn lands will be overrun. Unless we do something.
Bah! If they show up at my doorstep, I'll greet them with an axe.
My friends mean to say that these destroyers make for a challenging hunt.
A hunt? So why didn't they say so? Come, let's take the fight to them then.
Just gotta know how to word it. I like that she has a horn.
Never anger a Norn.
Who goes there?
I've come for the hunt.
Never anger a Norn.
Hello, Olaf.
Who sent you?
More weight in the cave. Let's take the fight to them. My daughter will stand guard here. The rest of you should speak to me when you are ready to enter the shrine. These destroyers had better be worth the trouble. Well, I'm ready to journey into the Raven Shrine. So, are you ready to hunt down those destroyers? I hope they live up to their vicious reputation. Let me at 'em. Welcome to a random dungeon. A gate too far. Okay, my quest marker is indicating this direction. So the destroyers are pouring through the gate hidden somewhere deep within the temple. That gate must be destroyed. Travel to the depths of the Raven's Point with Olaf to vanquish the destroyer threats. Help Olaf cleanse the shrine of the Raven Spirit is our first objective. Oh man, these areas are friggin' miserable to be an elementalist in. Oh, I need to not use chain lightning here. Equinox. Freaking Equinox, because of course Equinox. Hey, another pile of elemental dusts. I can trade that in for one of the collector weapons now if I want to. I have 5 stashed away. I feel like this game treats elementalists as big of a threat as the level 28 enemies are, but the players are just not that dangerous. Not when they throw tons of armor on things and all sorts of stuff. But oh well. What you gonna do? But complain about it incessantly and be a little sad incessantly. Yeah, show that Spirit of Equinox's boss. Spirit of Equinox is one of those effects that I'd be like way cooler with if more professions got overcast / exhaustion. The Shrine of the Raven Spirit imbues you with its blessing. This magic will help you in your hunt. Invoke the power, and Raven shall protect you. Yeah, I accidentally hit Glyph of Elemental Power instead of... Watch your step, the Destroyer Tremor is shaking the place apart. Destroyers are coming out of the ground. Raven, protect us all. I mean... Sure, I guess you can say that, but wouldn't it be more realistic for you, a human character, to say, like, Dwayna protect us all, or
Balthazar granted strength or something. Oh well. I won't worry about it too much. Yeah, there's definitely whatever the weekly thing is something that makes lockpicks drop. So I'm getting a lot more lockpicks than normal. Okay, this is luck week. I was thinking it must be. This part's always been a little slow. 'Cause you kind of wait for destroyers to kind of appear just a couple at a time. Come on, go fight them. I need that during 9 square week. Inner fire is so annoying. There's a Spirit of Winnowing over there, I think. Or was. I think I electrocuted snot out of it. The thing about Thunderclap is it inflicts cracked armor, which helps all of us deal more damage to destroyers because they have ludicrous quantities of armor for whatever reason. They wanted to make Mesmers real good against him. Best I can figure. Okay, now I can go interact with this Shrine of the Raven Spirit. Okay, so Raven Blessing says, skill, you take on the aspect of the Raven. Oh, that's interesting. So it was Urson Aura previously, but now it's Raven Blessing here. Your energy returns to max, you get the -2 degen. We'll read that in a second. By the great north wind, that was a battle. Thank you for your help. Raven's shrine is now secure. Our pleasure. Now do you see? These destroyers are no idle threat. They fight with the strength of 10 bears. They may just be worthy opponents of a Norn. We need to find that Sir Gate. Which way? You have the patience of a badger, little one. The object you call a gate is at the heart of the temple. All of the stench of these destroyers to it. Okay. So you have plus 90 maximum health, 20% chance to block stuff, and Raven attacks replace your skills, etc. That's just the standard. And when we activate it, we get Raven Talons, which target touched foe begins bleeding and is crippled for 9 seconds. Raven Swoop, which is 4-second recharge, strike target foe and all adjacent foes for 90 damage. Raven Shriek removes blindness from allies within earshot and blinds nearby foes for 9 seconds. And then Raven Flight, for 13 seconds you cannot be knocked down. So the gimmick here, and I'm not going to be using this one much because I don't find it particularly good, like at all. In fact, I'm going to leave it right now. The gimmick here is that the Raven Flight skill allows you to be able to avoid getting knocked over by these tremors, but I can also just use I Am Unstoppable to avoid that, and that seems better to me, so here we are. Don't know what happened to my energy, though. Oh, I probably got power leaked by the Destroyer of Thoughts. That's probably what happened. That would make sense. I need to open as many chests as I can find. So yeah, I'm ignoring its mechanic because I don't particularly find the Raven one all that good or effective, though. Yes, we can activate this. It really doesn't matter that much. Also gives me additional armor, which is nice.
Yeah, all you take some damage. Yeah, and these stupid whirling wisps with their vow of silence. I don't mind stopping a liquid flame from going off. It's unhealthy for my teammates. That's for sure. Yeah, there's Tremor, which is kind of a giant stomp variant. You get right down to it. Wow. That's the 5th lockpick that I've gotten as a drop after I burnt out, or after I finished off all of the lockpicks I previously had. That is crazy. That's so many lockpicks. All foes with an earshot are knocked down for 4 seconds. Tremor is a shout, mechanically, with a 12-second recharge. That's an absolutely bonkers skill. I want that skill. A shout that knocks down all enemies in earshot for 4 seconds. On a 12-second recharge for 5 energy. Heck yeah, give that to me. That's a potent effect. Okay, these guys can then get the effect. Alright, to the next floor. A gate too far. The actual name of this. We can talk to Olaf in order to be able to get the Raven Blessing again. It will ask us to do so. I stand here until it's time to hit something. I stand here until it's time to hit something. Usually something that bothers me while I'm standing. I mean, I guess that tracks. You can receive the Raven Blessing from Olaf. Use Raven's Flight protect you from the tremors. You can do that. Like I've indicated, I prefer to just be unstoppable. These guys also have Take No Judgment, so. Something can cause destroyers to spawn here. I'm not entirely sure what. Because they obviously aren't here at the moment. All these mantras are, or not mantras, all these deflecty, damagey things. No, I wasn't trying to talk to you. I was trying to pick up this Duskblade Scythe. Should have just used select nearest item, though. It was my mistake to not do that. And instead, accidentally talk to Olaf about not interrupting Norn. It's a bad idea. So says Olaf. And Olaf should know. He's a Norn. That's how that works, right? This floor, as I recall, is fairly short. That floor texture spot looked kind of wonky to me, so I was kind of checking it over again. hit the wrong button. That happens sometimes. Usually not too big of a deal. Okay, I don't know why some of that spot. I guess we are fighting some Vitir. I was trying to avoid them if I could, but elemental resistance is going to dramatically decrease the damage I do on account of giving a bunch of armor against elemental damage, as you might expect. It gives plus 40 armor to elemental damage, which is roughly half damage, but it does decrease your physical armor, so you'll take a bit more from that. I think those skills are probably mildly better than they seem. I don't think they're amazing, but I do think they're maybe a little bit better than I tend to give them credit for. So that floor was weirdly free of destroyers. Like I said, I feel like they can spawn here, but I'm not sure what causes that to happen. So, still need another piece of the map for Deep Runner's map here. I'll go ahead and grab this. I'll show it off for the last floor here. Again, I'm not super fond of this one. It doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel very good to me. But I guess I'll blind this thing. Also, Raven Swoop is a spell, and I just got friggin' energy leaked, so that's cool, I guess. So you can kind of see what this looks like. It does okay. Mostly it is aided by the fact that I have Stout-Hearted, so that does anything damage-wise. I personally find it pretty underwhelming, though. So that's enough of showing that off. I want to have some energy. Get zapped. I'd like this Destroyer of Hope to go away now, please. Okay, and then this Tremor can stop being a thing that does stuff. There's an argument for Water Trident. Actually, Winter, there's a strong argument for Winter. Destroyers generally have the least armor against cold damage, which can still be like 90 armor. So they're still dramatically reducing it. But the 25% armor penetration that you get from air magic, maybe it's like 100 armor or whatever. But anyway, the armor penetration you get from air magic tends to make that armor slightly lower, but Winter would make it so that we are getting armor penetration on their weaker cold armor stat. There it is, the gate, and it's overrun by destroyers. I mean, that's what we were expecting, yeah? We need to wreck that gate. We saw Vec do this at Boreal Station. And keep those destroyers off us. We'll shatter this gate in no time. Destroy the Assur Gate to halt the destroyer influx. It's a great way of describing here there be destroyers. Destroyer influx. Yeah, you are being a jerk and need to get electrocuted. Delver, by the way, is giving all of our skills that we use against destroyers 11 lifesteal, which is pretty good effect. Those who did not know what it did. Okay, now we just need to take out the Surrey Gate, which is weirdly tanky. Oh, and there's another tremor here. You know, that's a problem. Okay. These gates are not too bad. I believe they're non-fleshy for obvious reasons, but would lead to the central transfer chamber, where the destroyers are coming from. There we go. Cutscene time. Olaf and Ogden. As it says, Olaf and Ogden.
That was a battle worth fighting. These destroyers are worthwhile foes.
He seems happy.
A Norn only does what a Norn chooses to do. Pity your dwarf does not quite understand that.
So, my friend, will you gather your forces together to fight the destroyers?
I will gladly tell others what wonderful prey they are.
But will you gather an army?
Norn have no need of armies. We are Norn.
Great dwarf, give me strength.
Olaf, it was a good hunt. My friend wants to hunt more, but he is not Norn. He needs more people to help.
Is that all? I know your king, little dwarf. I can send a message to him. Will that do?
Yes, yes, that will.
I will send a message to Jealous Ironhammer. I will tell him to meet you near the human encampment, near your Eye of the North. It will take some time.
I don't know what to say.
I do. Thank you, Olaf, seventh son of Olaf. You have done us a great favor. You are welcome to hunt destroyers anytime.
Just try and stop me. Off you go!
And now, we're back in Olafstead, having successfully done Raven's Point, which means that we technically concluded all of the stuff here for Northern Allies, and we get to see Jealous Ironhammer for my reward. However, that requires me to go to Jealous Ironhammer, which is a little bit of a ways away, so I think that's what we'll be starting next, the next one with. Also, I do need to turn this in. Okay, let's go ahead and do that and then wrap things up, shall we? 'Cause I think it makes sense to go grab the reward for this quest, 'cause it happens to be along the way, so I did it. Person looks like a zebra. That's a lot of Norn reputation points. We're gonna go through Lion's Arch to get back there. Okay, so when next we resume, we will be going to the going from the Eye of the North, probably. Yeah, that's what makes the most sense to me. But we'll be going to meet up with the dwarves. So that will be the starting goal next time, I guess. Go meet up with the dwarves and work on completing more of the story. I would love to turn in Deep Runner's map, but I am missing a piece. So we'll see if one drops as I go and do more questing and things like that. But that's going to be all for today. So like I said, I will be back tomorrow. Today's Tuesday, right? The schedule's down below. But, yeah, okay. Tuesdays. So Wednesday is the next stream day, which is tomorrow. 11 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. This is GMT -7. Again, you can see the schedule in the panels down below and all that good stuff. Thank you all very much for watching. You can follow to get notified when I go live, by the way. And of course, I also have a Discord that you can go, and I send out a little thing just before I start the stream there. So like I said, thank you all for watching. Boy, I'm dragging this outro out, aren't I? Take care, and goodbye.